Huzzah. Alright,
That's not you.
so I'm going to start the music. We're going to go with this one, I think. That seems like market sounds. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay, so we probably need a recap because it's been a while.
Yes.
Yes.
E-
All right. So last time we picked up at the party, I believe it was basically just a travel session with a couple extra things.
Fight.
You guys left Zurham with Jen, who was going to help you get on the road. You guys left pretty quickly. I believe you guys stopped. Was that last session? Stopped to pick up some items, or was that the session before? I don't remember.
That was the session before. We ended this session before with shopping for magical items, and then the session started last time with us getting on the road.
Yes. So you guys left Zurham pretty quickly, choosing to go the slightly more quiet route than taking the main road directly north. Travel took a couple days, with Jen kind of leading the way because she had taken the trail a couple times, but wasn't like super familiar with it. Most of the travel was fairly easy considering it's no longer raining with Shadowfell storm clouds. But as you got further and further into the forest, you guys started to notice little changes as well. Some of the trees started to appear less healthy, and you started to notice little bits of sap and webbing. You guys stopped a couple times at night since it was pretty cold. You stumbled upon a couple weird things, like some grubs on some trees that puked up healing potions. Saphael did poke a couple with a stick and also took one, which Dodie named Steve, if I remember correctly.
Think so.
Steve the potion grub. So Steve
Sure.
is now
No
traveling with
Steve.
you. No Sponge, but you do have Steve.
Thank God.
You guys passed through the forest a little bit further before it started to get difficult to walk through and avoid this very sticky webbing. Erithar fell at one point, getting absolutely slathered in the sap and feeling god-awful with it, honestly. But you continued to move a little bit further and a little bit further. Gore had an interesting little dream as well. Before
Yes, he
getting
does.
on to the last day of travel, some conversations happened as well between the party, clearing the air or getting to understand a couple things, while some tenseness still exists between other members. And then on the last day of travel, you guys were walking along. Jen ended up climbing onto Gore's shoulder since it was getting harder and harder to traverse the webs before she just got snatched right off his shoulders and pulled through the webs, and it started this wild goose chase for this strange creature that was carrying her. Luckily, she's pretty good at screaming, so it was easy to follow her trail. You ended up finding an Ettercap who was stealing everything in the forest, it seemed like, and was webbing them up and getting around to eating them when it felt like it. It also had a large mound of stuff that it had stolen, apparently, so after disposing of the Ettercap, you guys raided this dirt mound and found quite a few things. I believe everybody in the party picked up at least something, including Jen, who stole a bunch of eggs and a basket, and intending to sell some of them. I think you guys wrote down the items that you got last time, yes?
I
Yes.
wrote everything down, so
Okay, sweet. Because
Good.
it's way up in my notes, but I was gonna copy it down further if I needed to, but good. So, I believe we left off as you guys were finally exiting the forest and back out onto the trails again, with Srenmore now suddenly very much in view down the hill. So I think that's where we left off, yes? A couple of you are still somewhat sap-covered, aka Erithar and Jen. And Dodie, there are bits of webbing that are still stuck to the blade of your axe that you're kind of like trying to swipe off a little bit, but also trying not to get too much of it on your hand. It's the whole thing. But you all packed away your items and begin to start making your way down from the tree line. At this point, the sun is starting to set again, and it is getting into the evening as you begin to approach. So I think that's where we will jump in, yes? So, as you finally free yourselves from this tree line of the infested forest and step down the grass onto this large kind of web of dirt and stone trails that all lead up in front of you, you are finally met with the edge of the city of Srenmore. The city itself, as you all know it to be, is the largest marketplace in the world. It's probably not the largest city in the world, yet on Dire Mount its size is quite impressive, to say the least. The entire city from edge to edge is one giant marketplace, jam-packed with taverns, inns, casinos, shops, bazaars, theaters, everything that you could want from the trade capital of the northern reaches. And looking at it now from where you stand before its gates, quotation marks, you can understand the wonder it inspires. The city looks, since it was, to have been built upon itself for decades, just new buildings stacked on top of others and expanded upon. The colorful stained wood and painted stone buildings trail up in makeshift towers and expand out into large blocks of buildings, all melding and reaching towards the open skyline. Even from where you are, you can see pieces of cobblestone street that seem to have been built over older buildings, creating these large, almost arch bridges that create little cavernous areas of other streets and alleys. It's kind of easy to see from where you stand way off in the distance before you approach. As well, you notice, even from this distance, in places latched onto the tops and sides of buildings, you see a couple colorful windmill-like propellers. These aren't the size of entire mills, but they are attached in the line of wind, and as you feel the cold air whip around you as the sun starts to set, you do see the propellers pick up speed. They are clearly doing something, but you've never quite seen anything like this. Yet the last thing to register, but the first thing that you kind of really see, is how vibrant the city is, even from a distance. Street lamps, floating strings of lights, colorful flags, and covered awnings indicative of several cultures from around Dire Mount and beyond, all kind of blending in this massive, sprawling market before you. But now, your party stands on the weaving trails up towards the, again, quotations, gate of the city, as it's more like two half-walls that kind of stretch out towards you like a funnel. It kind of seems to be, as it would suggest, funneling in carts and people constantly moving between these gates at the front. Jen immediately starts to climb down the trails towards it, kind of beginning to mesh into the crowds, looking back, assuming that you'll follow. But as you guys begin to move into the city, she kind of starts to weave off to the side, kind of disappearing within your group, disappearing within the crowd of people, both entering and leaving this giant city, as she kind of looks back expectantly, trying to figure out where you guys are intending to go. Do you guys have, like, a place in mind, or, like... Well, I guess you guys have never been here, so... Well, what are you, like, looking for?
Presumably we're looking for Merrick's.
Okay.
I think a tavern base is probably a good place to start.
Alright.
Maybe stop and get some supplies on our way in.
Okay. When we get to, like... wherever we're gonna like sit down for a bit, I'll probably like steal a napkin and like try to draw out a little bit of a map of the city for you guys, because like this place is fucking massive, as you can see, and it's also, you know, if you're not really acquainted with the city, it's kind of difficult to get around, not gonna lie. So I'm just gonna start walking towards where most of the taverns are, and then like you guys can like pick one that you like or whatever. That seems like probably the easiest. Also, try not to get pickpocketed. That would be really embarrassing for me.
Gore's holding his bag to his chest.
Alright. And she turns around and immediately starts to weave her way through the crowds. You all begin to start traveling through this city.
Can I make a perception check while we walk?
Absolutely, you may.
Aint, do you want to take advantage? I'm also
Sure.
looking.
Dirty 20.
320. Alright. Kind of just keeping an eye out for everybody around you.
Keeping an eye out on people around, and also trying to find, I don't know, just keeping an eye on the shops, keeping an eye on the different things they pass, and also keeping an eye on, like, the people.
Just kind of like a general perception check.
General perception check.
Well, you all begin to start making your way through the city, kind of following behind this one small little swinging ponytail that you can kind of keep track of. And traveling through these crowded streets is about as chaotic as one would expect. Each of the streets is close packed and crowded. Groups of people pass, perusing the stalls and heading between small shops and taverns. Somewhere in the distance you can hear loud, energetic music playing. But as you continue forward, weaving your way through the streets, you kind of keep an eye out, looking around for something decent to stop at, as well as just keeping an eye on the shops and the people. It's easy to see here that there is a little bit more diversity to the crowds than what might be in more of the southern cities. People from all over Diremount come to Srenmore to trade, to buy, to not quite vacation, but more just escape everything else for a little bit. Unlike Massip, which has this like set kind of vacation spot, Srenmore is more of just a conglomeration of anything that you can think of. So if you want to find it in Srenmore, you probably can. It just takes some effort. But you begin kind of weaving through the streets. You can see different stalls set up, peddling about anything that you can think of. Dodie, you know that kind of once you reach Srenmore and upward is where the lines of territory start to get a little fuzzy. Srenmore is kind of treated as its own place, because nobody really has claim over it, because how can you? There's no way to police these streets. There's no way to keep track of what's happening in this city, unless you're apparently maybe one of the mobs that claim parts of these places. But that makes a little bit more sense than a governing body that tries to put laws over this place. The further you walk in through the city, the more denseness you see, how close packed the buildings are, how some buildings have like zip lines between them, so that people don't have to fully walk down these almost skyscrapers of towers of buildings jumbled up together to get to a different part of the market. Again, you see more of these propellers and you're not entirely sure what they're from, but it's all just becoming a whole lot of stimuli. You see a couple different like food stands set up as well. At a certain point you pass by probably the largest orc man you've ever seen in your life, standing there with what looks like tiny pieces of cotton candy shaped into flowers, just peddling and selling them. And it's just all starting to kind of click together why Jen likes this city so much. But you all continue forward. Yeah. Eventually, after, honestly, probably quite a while of walking, you see where some of the streets start to open up into more of these kind of traditional city squares. In front of you, you start to see several very stylized looking buildings with several crowds outside and different people passing by. That loud music that you heard is now much louder as you begin to see what look like almost like colorful flashing lights through the window of a very large tavern off to the side. Jen starts to slow down as she starts to enter these kind of wider streets, and you can see that this place, probably towards the southern center, I guess, of the city, is probably where a lot more of the more traditional style taverns are. She kind of slows down and pulls off towards a actual street lamp that seems to just have a floating ball of flame in the middle of the lamp up top of it. It's actually lighting up a good bit of the street as the sun starts to set further and further on the horizon. But it is interesting to see something so casually magical up here, as within the city, things tend to be a little bit more practical for the capital, at least. But she kind of pulls off to the side and starts to look around a little bit. You said your perception check was a dirty 20, right? As you were walking, nobody that you really passed particularly stood out. A couple times you went by an alley and could see a couple like street kids who were kind of like peering off around the corner looking for their next pickpocket victim, and you kind of note that thing that Jen said. But as you get up to kind of this more city square, you can see several large, what are very clearly taverns with very big, very legible signs out front. This is clearly not a, oh yeah, you just go down to that tavern. It's very clearly like, choose your flavor type thing. So I can kind of list out a couple of the things that you see, unless you're going for a particular vibe.
I think, and anybody can correct me if you have differing opinions, but I think like enough patronage that we can blend in without like being too raucous. Because I think anything with strobe lights would give Arathar an aneurysm.
Probably.
All right. You begin to kind of look around as you watch Jen go like, hold on, and she walks over to one of the little street carts that is selling candy and starts to immediately buy some new ones.
Sure.
As you start to look around, you can see off in the distance that one with the strobe lights and the very loud music is a completely pitch black building with these large windows out front with a sign above it that says Bones to Bones. Kind of like, it's less of a square and more of an octagon, as on a different side you see this kind of very quaint looking inn that says the Humdrum Husband, with what looks like very frilly lace and velvet curtains in the windows, with like a decently sized crowd standing out on the little patio area. Though the longer you look at it, the more it seems to be middle-aged women of varying kind of cultures, all kind of gathered around, all holding wine glasses and just having an amazing time, it looks like.
Perfect.
Kind of off to the other side, you do look and see there is kind of this more of like a dive bar of taverns. It's got a decent amount of people standing around, all seemingly doing normal tavern things, as well as getting absolutely shit-faced drunk. You do see the sign, which is kind of hanging off its hinges a little bit and clearly needs to be repainted, says the Nasty Dog. I need to pronounce it that way because it is spelled with a W.
Right.
Yeah.
You do see that one of the windows is very clearly like patched with something, but it doesn't entirely look like glass. Not entirely sure what that window's made out of, but it's not quite right. But people do seem to be having a pretty good time over there. The last one that you really notice, which is kind of set within a bunch of other taverns that all kind of blend together, which seems probably more like what you're going for. There are a couple more that very much stand out stylized-wise, but I'm not really gonna... You're not here for a tavern crawl, I'm not gonna mention those to you. The last one that does kind of stand out to you, other than the Nasty Dog and the Humdrum Husband, is the Onyx and Agate Garden Inn. It looks to be a beer garden, tavern, and inn, as it actually has like a standing building that looks like one of those kind of like it's a wooden building, but it's definitely got stucco on it, and the windows have the crisscross on it, and it very much looks like a standard inn on one side and a beer garden on the other. It's probably got the most tame looking kind of party scene going on, but you realize the longer you stand there and the further into the night it gets, the more everything else around you is starting to pick up pace really quickly. But I think those three are the ones that stand out to you the most here.
I think the Onyx and Agate Garden is probably the best bet, unless, Erithar, you're feeling particularly prone to the humdrum husband.
God, I'd love to see that.
That one looks fine. I'm content with that. They look like they might have baths.
Thank God.
Go. Are you content with that?
I think we should go to Bones.
No!
I don't,
Well, I guess the Onyx will do.
don't think that will end well.
Not for you guys.
Oh God, I'd rather die.
That legitimately is where Gore will reenact that scene from Venom 2.
Oh, absolutely,
With the fucking
glow
sticks around his neck.
Oh yeah, like there's no like it's. I need you to imagine the fantasy equivalent to techno music. Like you can hear like loud drums, like boom, 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 like echoing out from this building.
Oh man.
We head toward the Onyx and Agate.
You guys begin to cross the square, looking back as Jen has seemed to strike up a conversation with somebody as she looks over to where you're going and waves like just 1 second she'll join you type thing. But she seems to be having a full conversation with this like I think what appears to be half-elven gentleman who is kind of like reaching down and showing her like a couple different like beaded bracelets, it looks like. But you continue to walk across the square. As you do so, you do pass by a, I would like to stress, banana yellow building that just has large leaves poking out from its windows, so you fully can't see inside the building. But you pass by that one and walk over to the Onyx and Agate garden. You can see kind of up front where it begins as this tavern that extends into this beer garden, and then behind that is the larger building that seems to be the inn. As you step inside, the doors are open, kind of propped open with these two large rocks, one black and one white on either side. And as you step in, it's actually a pretty nice tavern. It's more standard than some of the others in the square, as it is just like warm wood and stone interior. But as you walk in, you can see several booths and tables scattered about with large groups of people, and a couple people just kind of sitting by the bar by themselves, nursing a mug of ale. As you walk in, you can see that there are a couple people walking around taking orders at the tables, but also a very large kind of L-shaped bar at the back with large almost so well shined they're reflective agate columns at the back behind the bar. It is beautiful inside, but it kind of throws you off for a second considering the everything else that is outside. I'm assuming you guys are walking up towards the bar.
I think so. Yeah.
Kind of weaving your way through the tables and up to the bar, you can see that there are a couple people milling about, taking orders, but it seems that there's this one woman off to the back that everybody kind of keeps bringing orders to, as if she's kind of running this section of the inn. You wait there for a moment, and I'm assuming some of you are beginning to look around a little bit, keeping an eye out. So if anybody wants to make a perception check while in the inn as well, you may.
I shall make one.
I will also. 13.
13. All right. Are you looking for anything in particular, or just kind of keeping an eye out?
Just kind of keeping an eye out.
All right.
Okay, sorry. 11. Also keeping an eye out.
All right. You all walk up and kind of start to lean against the bar counter. You can see the actual bar itself is made out of this ginormous, kind of almost completely solid piece of pitch black stone. As you kind of wait there for a moment, you glance around. It is a little surprising to see some of these people here. As Gore and Erithar, you had kind of started to get used to the very monotonous look of the southern Diremount cities and just humans and halflings everywhere. Now in Srenmore, you are starting to see other cultures of people that you didn't realize stood out so much until you got here. After a while, that woman kind of off to the side turns around and sees you and begins to approach. She's fairly slim, and she's got super long, nearly waist-length, dark brown hair and a freckled olive-toned skin. She approaches, almost kind of trips over her feet a little bit as she kind of keeps looking around, making sure she's got all of her little stacks of paper in order, and walks up and leans against the counter in front of you. Hi! Y'all need something?
A couple of rooms for the evening.
Alright. Y'all looking for, like, nicer ones, less nice ones, communal ones, ones with a view? We got a couple different ones, depending on price range.
Do you have any suites?
I think we have some available. Here, hold on, let me grab my book. And she starts to walk away. Gore and Erithar, you do notice as she starts to walk away, she's a little bit strange looking the longer you look at her. Her freckles on her skin, when she starts to look back for her book and kind of starts to question things, start to fade slightly and then reappear the more present she becomes. After a moment, she kind of returns back and sets this large, very well-worn leather book on the counter and starts to flip it open. Yeah, we got the corner suite available. It's like more of a larger room. I don't know if you're looking for like one with like separate rooms for the three of you, four of you. She kind of like turns and looks behind Dodie because Saphael is standing perfectly still behind the three of you. 4 of you?
Yes.
All right.
What?
You want to say something?
5.
5.
You guys forgot about Jen.
I wasn't sure if she was going to be staying with us.
Might as well, just to be sure.
You know what? How about, I'll put you up on a higher floor. It's got a little bit more modularity to it. You can change it up a little bit. And it's closer to one of the baths. How about that?
Sounds perfect. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Awesome. I'll put you down for that one. What name should I put the reservation under? It doesn't have to be one of your real names, just one that you'll remember.
Gore.
Alright. I'm assuming that's spelled how it sounds.
You would be, yeah.
Alright, put that down. Assuming that you're doing things the way most people do things in the city, you pay by night. So the longer you stay here, the larger your bill becomes. But if you put down the first night now, then we won't hunt you down looking for the rest of it later, assuming that you come back and pay it.
Sounds good.
I need to pull up which one this is.
Who got the most money out of the pile?
I have to scroll
Was it
back.
Erithar?
Alright.
What's that?
I'm trying to figure out who got the most money out of the pile.
You got Erithar at 100. I thought it was Gore that had the most.
Probably.
All right, since we're doing the suite,
Gore ain't showing around his money.
Yeah.
since we're doing the suite, it's going to be a gold to reserve the whole room and the baths, because I'm assuming that you kind of want some privacy. Yeah, so it reserves the baths for tonight as well, so you got the whole place to yourself for the whole night if you put down the gold now.
Aretha will put down a gold.
All right, and then the longer you stay here, you got to pay for the extra nights and stuff like that. But for now, this will cover tonight. Drinks and breakfast are not included. Some of the other places include breakfast. We don't normally serve breakfast, but I will be here in the morning if you insist upon it.
I don't think we will, but thank you for letting us know.
Well, if you need anything to drink, just call one of us. My name's Iz.
How's that spelled?
I-Z.
Great.
You might see the two owners running around too, but they're pretty busy, so call me if you need anything.
Perfect. Thank you.
Of course. She starts to turn away and walk back, gathering up all her little sheets of paper again. As she does so, you do notice that her hair is slightly shorter now than it was, but she continues off and disappears back into the kitchen. The four of you, as Saphael has not said a single word since entering the city, but is still there, are now left at the bar by yourselves as she has set the room key down in front of the four of you as she walked away.
So take it and hand it to Gore.
He'll take it. Oh, thanks.
Should we sit for a second? At a table.
Sure.
Right. Just gonna find a relatively secluded spot.
Mm-hmm. You kind of walk off to the side, and you can see kind of where the doors open out into the outside garden area, and kind of in between the kind of doors outside and the rest of the tables, there is one like corner booth that seemingly has just been vacated and is kind of off to the side. So you kind of rush over there to claim a spot, so you don't have to sit at one of the long tables surrounded by the entirety of everybody else in this tavern. As you sit down, you do see Jen start to enter the building from the opposite side and start to look around and see you guys off in the corner. But you sit down, and it's pretty busy in here, but you can still hear the thudding music from outside, so not as busy as it could be.
Yeah. So I think we have no indication of where Merrick sits, except hopefully in the city.
He said when I reached out to him that he was still in the city. That was a few days ago. Doesn't seem like the type to leave.
No.
So I would like to assume that he's still here.
Right.
Judging, and I know we're in a bit of a hurry. Judging from how quickly the nightlife in the city picks up, I don't know how much luck we'll have tonight.
No.
To go out and look for him, and I don't want to risk, for some reason, being seen by anybody or an incident. Tomorrow we might have better luck of asking around and just going and looking in general. Miss Jen, you wouldn't happen to know in this city, I've never been here before, where mages of varying degrees are they concentrated in certain areas? You know, but just it's more likely to find one in one place than another.
Yeah, as you kind of begin to talk to her as she's kind of stood next to the table as she starts to assess the best way to jump up onto the booth. She kind of takes a second and jumps up there. Well, there's like a couple different like sectors to the city. So Hawk and Barter are where like two of the biggest streets in the city like connect. It's like the intersection with like the main like big shops. It's got everything that you need like retail wise, but down the street from that, where it kind of breaks off into the smaller sections, there's the what's it called? Oh, the Magi Botanica, which is where all like the magic shops and stuff are, or like the good ones at least. There's like other ones scattered throughout the city, but they're like the like kind of ones. So it's like, I would suggest the ones over there if you're looking to like not buy something that's gonna break after you use it, or as a prank item, or as cursed. But like if you're specifically looking for cursed items, totally different sector of town.
Luckily, we're not.
I think we're looking for someone who would buy magic items.
Yeah,
It's an
probably the
individual.
Magi Botanica.
Right.
So that's a priority for tomorrow.
Yeah. I want to hit
I
the
think-
Hawk and Barter at some point before I like ditch you guys, because I'm assuming that we're like gonna do a couple things before I go off and try to like find my family. Oh, also, you should probably know a couple things about the city.
Okay.
So first thing, you can pretty much go anywhere in the city and nobody's really gonna stop you. If you start going like in the underneath part of the city, you are gonna want to know where you're going, because you can get lost down there so fucking easy. So unless you have a reason to go, you know, into like the darker parts of the city in like underground and shit like that, I probably wouldn't suggest it. Let's see, what else? There's not really like a guard presence here, but like if you fuck up, whoever's in charge of that section of the city will like get you for it, you know? So like if you're gonna steal, be careful about it. I don't know, do you have any questions? Like I like the city's kind of like kind of normal for me because I've been here so many times, but like I know it's like a lot for outsiders. You hear Saphael just kind of go, yeah. As he is just kind of staring at the table at this point.
Well, luckily, I don't think we'll be lingering for too long. I think this is probably get anything we need and move on, but
I think we should take the evening to relax and lay low. We do need some supplies tonight. You, she points at Sapphire, need clothes that aren't covered in blood.
That would be preferred.
So, here's what I'm thinking. We dedicate tomorrow to finding Merrick's. Jen and I will go get some supplies now in the retail district. I'm going to leave the three of you here and hope you don't murder each other. Do you have any requests?
if you see anything that is inconspicuous for myself, I can pay you back.
What does inconspicuous mean?
Just, I don't know. Not. Something tells me some of the styles out here might be, I don't know, just clothing in general.
You're
Just-
looking for clothes that are
Yes.
a little more subtle. I can do that. She kind of takes a second, like, says this here. Okay, got it. Gore, do you need anything?
Find a good place to get breakfast.
On it.
I've got some recommendations.
Excellent.
Sweet.
Other than that, no.
I'm sure we will be back soon, and we can make a plan for tomorrow in a bit.
All right.
You
Good.
look over and see Saphael as he's kind of just like looking at you like,
She gets like really close. Not really close, but she gets a little bit closer to Arathar. Make sure Gore doesn't do anything to him.
He just nods.
Keep his head on straight. I will be back so soon.
This place is very weird.
It's actually very mild. Oh, you mean the city? Yeah, it's weird.
Right. Okay. Try not to die.
Do my best. Not a whole lot of faith in me.
You get up as Jen hops down off the booth and looks back towards you. Okay, so I've got a couple different places in Hawk and Barter that are open, like, basically 24/7 that I think will be great places to hit.
Awesome.
Cool. Follow me.
Nice.
And she starts to walk out. The other three of you are suddenly left in this booth. Arathar, you do look over and see where Saphael has just flat palms down on the table, just staring off into space a little bit.
Arathar kind of taps his fingers on the table for a second before standing up. I don't know about the two of you, but I'm going to go find the room, take a long bath, and come back down here and order a glass of wine. So, I don't know what the two of you are doing, but that's my agenda.
That sounds like a pretty good plan. And he gets up.
I don't want to be down here alone.
What did he say?
He said, I don't want to be down here alone, and then stands up as well.
Yeah, he motions. Don't be. Just come with us.
And the three of you begin to make your way upstairs. Gore, you look down at the key and can see it's one large key with with a large 5 and then a symbol of a feather underneath it, and a small key that looks to be made out of brass as well. You make your way back to the staircase towards the rear of this building and begin to make your way up. And you start to, as you enter this kind of stone stairwell, which is a little bit out of place in this mostly wood building, you do look up and can see there's gotta be at least 10 floors to this building. You begin to make your way up, assuming that the large 5 perhaps is the floor, and start to climb the staircase. As you pass, you can see most of the floors seem to have slightly different colors to the walls, as lots of the wood paneling down the hallways seems to be stained in different colors, and the carpet is this intricately woven black and white, almost marble-looking texture. But eventually, you make your way up to the 5th floor, kind of a little bit of a climb. But as you do so, you can see there are far fewer doors on the 5th hallway. And off down to the end, you can see quite a large door with a feather engraved into the front of it.
That was easy.
Walking down the hallway, you pass only 2 other doors on the entirety of this floor. But I'm
gonna unlock
you just
the
go
door.
straight to the room. Yeah.
Yeah.
You unlock the door, and here, as you begin to turn the key, you have to turn it like 3 times, as you hear what seems like quite a few different locks inside the door unlock. As you push the door open, you're immediately greeted with a pretty sizable looking kind of entry room. There's several well-cushioned couches and chairs thrown about, and a large window to the back of the chamber. As you step inside, you can see off to either walls there are several what almost look like wooden garage doors, is how I would describe them, on all of the walls, as well as towards the back next to this large window that looks out over nearly the entirety of the city, one smaller door with a large brass lock on it. Stepping inside, Saphael kind of immediately goes over and starts to look out the window, as somewhere off in the distance, you can see from even where the two of you stand just inside the room, as fireworks start to go off somewhere in the city.
Aerith's gonna go over to the smaller one with the brass handle and open it.
It is locked.
We're gonna start inspecting the garage doors.
You walk over to one of the garage doors and kind of start to... There's like a handle at the bottom and you start to try to pull it up and it's like not really working. And then you look up to the top and there's like a latch on it, so you reach up and you unlatch it and start to pull up this like folding wooden door, and it reveals like almost an entire bedroom. It's like everything that would be in a bedroom, except there's no bed, but there's a large cabinet at the back.
Murphy bed.
Wait. He's gonna look around. He's gonna go and try the next one.
You go over to the next door, which is a similar style in the garage door, but it's about double the size. And you begin to unlatch that one and lift that one up and reveal an even larger kind of bedroom. There's like a chaise lounge and like a bunch of bookshelves with like a couple books on it, but like plenty of place to put more books, and a whole like open empty wardrobe and like another small window and a very, very large cupboard. But no bed.
How many garage doors are there?
5?
Yeah, 5. Differing sizes.
Ow! He's gonna go and open the next one.
He's gonna go in the... Erethar's gonna go in the first one. Did you say there was a couch in there?
There, like out in the middle, there's a couch. In the first, like normal-sized bedroom, there's like a wooden chair and like a nightstand and a dresser and the giant cabinet at the back, but no bed.
But
He's
the
gonna look at
second
the
one
cabinet
is-
before checks the next.
You walk up to the cabinet and open the doors and see the bottom of a bed frame.
Yeah, okay. He'll start to finagle with that while Gore is goofing around.
Gore, you walk over, not really seeing what Erethar is doing, you walk over to the smallest of the garage doors and start to pull that open and find a very small bedroom with everything about half size as what you would expect it to be.
I assume there's no bed, only.
Very big cabinet. Well, very big for a halfling-sized cabinet.
He's gonna walk to the next one.
As you start to walk to the next one, you are kind of like throwing your arms up a little bit, and you turn around to start to walk across the room to the next one and see Erethar has opened a cabinet, is starting to mess with something. You kind of backtrack a little bit as Erethar undoes a latch and a bed springs down from the wall, unfurling itself, the covers and duvet of it seemingly unrolling as it does so, creating this elaborate presentation of a bed suddenly springing from the wall.
He looks at Gore, gestures to the bed. Ta-da.
Whose idea was that?
Designers, I don't know what to tell you.
Erethar took the first room, right?
Mhm.
Gore's gonna go walk over to the big room.
Mm-hmm. You walk over to the big room and open up the cabinet, and I would like to stress how large this cabinet is. And as you start to open it, you see the bottom of probably the biggest bed you've ever seen in your life. Like, you know how big a California king bed is?
Oh, yeah.
Picture just a little bit bigger than that.
Oh my god.
Like, this could definitely fit at least 5 humans on it comfortably.
That's so awesome. He's gonna lower it.
Yeah.
Or try to unlatch it.
You start to mess with it, kind of having to reach up, and you're kind of remembering back to how it suddenly sprung down when Erethar unlatched it and did this whole, like, elaborate, suddenly, like, springing out from the wall presentation, and you're looking at how you're standing directly in front of it as you're about to reach up for the latch, and you're thinking for a moment, is this thing about to just spring down directly on top of me? You kind of start to reach up and you start to fiddle with the latch, and as you do so, you unhook it and suddenly hear for a moment the sound of a spring like tightening, What are you doing?
He's immediately running into the living room.
You fucking book it out of this room and look back suddenly as you hear it. It almost starts to like creak for a second as if it's ticking, and it's like as it springs open. This larger than a California king style bed suddenly flopping down out of this Murphy bed as the duvet and covers unroll dramatically and flop over the side as the pillows fall from the top of the cabinet and land perfectly on top of the bed. This just elaborate, ginormous bed now in front of you.
This one's mine. He's gonna walk in. He's just gonna toss his bag onto the bed and kind of flop down on it.
Arethar's gonna go to the second room, and is there a cabinet in there as well?
Mm-hmm. He's opened up about 3 of the rooms, but it seems that all are basically the same.
Yeah, he's gonna do the second and the third one.
Mm-hmm. You open it up, a same sort of thing, all slightly different styles. There's one that kind of folds out like a futon, and one that pops out that's just like a larger, normal-sized bed, more like a queen-sized bed than anything, you know. But there's, varying options within this room, and you can see why Iz downstairs decided this was probably the best for whatever was happening with this party. But you unleash all of the beds.
Isn't there a 5th one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he'll do if Gore's laying around, he's gonna open the 5th one and look in there.
Yeah. There's the normal one that you had first done, the large one, the ginormous one that Gore just did, the tiny, like, halfling-sized one, and then you open the queen-sized one and the futon-shaped one as well. So.
Okay. The first one that he opened, can he fit reasonably on that, or is that more Sapphire sized?
Yeah, probably either way. You could probably more comfortably fit on kind of the queen-sized one, but you could fit on the kind of normal full-sized bed one if you want to. Sapphire is still completely enamored looking out the window. He did turn around when suddenly the bells were like all over the room, but he has just kind of continued to walk around and look around the room. So you have first pick if you want. Second pick, technically.
He'll take just the first one.
Okay.
He'll walk over to Sapphire. You.
Huh?
You can take the second room or the last room. Whichever one you don't take, that's Doty's. But Gore's taken the largest one.
I feel like that makes sense.
He is the largest of us, so I'm not going to fight him on it. And the halfling one, obviously, that's reserved for Miss Jin. I'm going to go to the baths. I don't know about the two of you. But if while I'm gone, or if when you get back, if you want to go with me, I don't care what you do. I mean, I'm not that's rude, but you know how it is. Do whatever you want. If we could see about getting alcohol maybe ordered to the room, because I would rather die than have to go down there and be around people I don't know. So that's what I'm doing.
That seems
Gore?
reasonable.
Yeah.
Are you laying there for a moment, or do you want to come to the baths with me or us? I don't know.
What do you mean by that,
Sorry.
Oh, he said that.
Yeah, he did, but it was...
As he sits up. Yes, I'm going to take a bath. And he stands up. And he's gonna go walk over to the door and unlock it.
You unlock the large brass lock on this back door, and as you open it, you can see there's actually like it opens up into a small hallway that you can hear kind of down further. There is, it sounds like trickling water of some sort. As you walk down this back hallway, it opens up into, it's strange. You know you're on the fifth floor of a building, but as it kind of curves around, it's like you've walked out into a natural spring. It's a bit weird. There's suddenly this one small pool completely surrounded by rock, and then on the walls behind it, there are several doors that seem, you're assuming, open up into smaller, normal baths. But here in the front, there's just this large spring. It's got, like, lily pads on it and everything. Like, it's very ornate looking. But
Are there any towels?
off to the side, there is a cabinet, and you kind of open that up, and there are towels there as well.
Or just taking off his clothes and then going in the spring.
You go over, you open up the cabinet, grab one of the towels, flop it down, and then and jump into the spring. For a second there, it's like, oh, a little cold. But then the further you sink into it, yeah, it's pretty nice. Once you get in it, you realize it's not really anything fancy. From afar, it looks very ornate, but the closer you get, it's more just like a concrete bath that's shaped into this very elaborate spring. And you're a little bit bummed about it for a second, but then you're like, nah, this is sick. And you sink down into the water. Saphael is like looking around and then goes over and grabs one of the towels and just kind of starts to kind of peer in through the different doors, kind of just nosily looking.
Aerothar's doing the same thing, except he's just fully opening and looking and opening and looking.
They seem to be fairly identical. There's a one with different tub sizes, but basically they're all just large bathing tubs with different shelves and stuff. They're just more private than this large, elaborate spring out front.
He's gonna go into one that looks him-sized and close the door behind him.
Yeah, Saphael, without a word, disappears into one of the rooms. But you all have a moment to enjoy actually not being covered in blood and sap and goop and webs and all of these other things. And while this happens, I'm going to jump back over to Dodie and Jen, who are walking through the city, going down to the Outdoor Fantasy Mall of America.
Stay with me now. Women be shopping.
So, let me scroll down here. As you and Jen start to walk through the city, you can see it's not gonna do what I want it to now, is it? Oh, yeah, there we go. You start to walk through the city again, and it is somehow even busier than it was earlier. The elaborate shop fronts and busy city streets, as well as all of these carts upon carts upon carts, kind of stacked everywhere that you go. You pass by some of the buildings and can see these huge structures seemingly made out of several buildings just kind of smashed together. It's almost impressive that they're standing, let alone holding this kind of imperfect, amorphous shape. But you continue on forward. Walking through the streets a little bit more, you start to see more of these propellers and these kind of almost windmill-looking things. And as you walk by one that's like fairly close to the ground, Jen reaches up and just kind of smacks it so it twirls a little bit. And keeps walking. You're like, what is it? Okay, hold on. Let me get this straight. So...
Okay.
Saphael, that's his name, right?
Yes, that's...
Would I call him your brother?
I guess that's the most accurate. I mean, like, it's not like there's a specific word for weird other half of your soul put in another person, that you are psychic, telepathic twins born on the same day, except you have completely different parents. So I guess that would probably be the closest.
I'm just going to refer to him as your twin, because I feel like that makes the most sense.
All right.
And we'll just imply that he's your weird psychic mirror twin from your other half of your soul. And we'll just pretend that whole part of it is silent before the twin part, and there's like a hyphen.
It's shorthand.
Yeah. Okay. So, first of all, your twin looked like he was about to shit himself when we walked into the city. That was fucking hilarious.
Well, he has been in one place, technically two if you count the castle and the Shadowfell version of the castle as two different places. So that's what he's seen.
Boring.
This is new. This is new.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah. I don't think he's ever seen anybody who's not a human, halfling, or dwarf before. Except for Erithar and Gore, obviously.
Yeah. He's got a whole lot to see. Because, no offense to the capital, except full offense to the capital, as capitals go, kind of boring.
Full offense.
Yeah.
Very boring.
I mean, like, this isn't, like, Srenmore isn't even, like, fully a capital, but it is, like, you know, like, one of the seats for the houses of vocation or whatever, so, like, you know, that's pretty cool. At least, well, in my opinion, but, you know, I'm probably a little bit biased with that because, you know, house of vocation.
What is that exactly? Assume I know nothing.
Oh, those are the mobs.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. So there's 3 houses of vocation on the, like, northern half of the planet, I guess. So you got... I'm telling you everything because it's, like, in the city, it doesn't really matter that we fucking talk about it. In the capital, it's, like, all hush-hush. Ooh, don't talk about it. But, like, everybody knows here. Like, it's whatever. But, yeah. So they're called the Houses of Vocation, whatever, big fancy name. So you have my family's house, which is the Whisper Vales.
Okay.
Basically, you know, our family is, like, split into 2 kinships. So you have the, you know, the part of our family that's, like, up here on Dire Mount, and then you have the part that's in Pyresana, which is, like, why my family is, like, so spread out, because it's, like, we're mostly halflings, but, like, on Pyresana, we've got, like, our other kinship, which are, like, the gnomes and stuff like that. But, like, also our family, like, kind of branched out for a while with, like, our extended family who lived more north of the hills, who are, like, goblins and stuff like that. But, you know, it's been a while for them because, like, with the Crown Kingdom and stuff, all of those, like, more, like, secretive northern clans and stuff like that, they're getting, like, displaced and their homes ruined and all that shit, you know, with the skirmishes and all that. So, like, they're not as present as they used to be for, like, good reason, you know. But, like, we focus mostly on, like, trading and exporting, like, booze and supplies and mechanical and enchanted items and, you know, offering protection. But, like, we're more in, like, the southern parts of Dire Mount and shit like that, but we do have, like, a presence here in Srenmore. But then you've got the Dermgoshes, which are, like...
Is that an N or an M?
M.
Thank you.
Durhmgash. Dermgosh.
Great. Awesome.
I know her accent's a little bit harder to hear. But she kind of just keeps rambling. And their house is headed by, like, I think they're, like, half-orc siblings or whatever. And they focus mainly on, like, private trade routes and, like, weapons and, like, lending money. But, like, we, like, do, like, a little bit of business with them sometimes, but they can get kind of, like, territorial. But, like, the people that, like, we don't really like to do business with are the Kromthirs, which I'll spell for you as well. Kramthiir. And they're, like, the most, like, secretive house because they're led by, like, their family head or whatever, and, like, no one who, like, still walks around apparently has ever seen him. So, but, like, you know, lots of dwarvish influence, and the house has lots of spots set up in a couple different places, especially, like, in the Dwarven Kingdom and stuff like that, but they deal mostly in, like, armor and black market items and smuggling. But they run like they call it a guild, but it's basically like a secret society, and like we don't fuck with that. So they kind of control more of Srenmore in like, you know, the darker parts of the city, more of like the underground stuff. But like, if you want cursed items, that's like a good place to go. So, but you know, it's like this city's like so crazy, but like I have such a fun time in here because like you can find like whatever you want. You just like gotta know like whose territory is whose territory, you know?
And how lucky I am to have you to teach me these things, because I would just be wandering around like a big old idiot. So,
I mean, like most people do. It happens.
Can't afford to walk around like a big old idiot right now.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. A lot of bullshit in your life recently.
It's been a weird couple weeks.
Yeah. But you guys start to turn a corner, and she kind of puts her hand out. Yeah, so this is Hawk and Barter. And as you look forward, you see two of the largest streets that you've seen somehow creating this X in the middle of the road in front of you, with huge storefronts and shops and carts and stands, just completely like an explosion of color in front of you, just all over the place. Yeah, so this is where you're gonna find like most of like everything that isn't enchanted. So like, obviously, she points to her sap-covered clothes. Want to get some new digs?
Sure.
But also, I like this part of the city, so I wanted to come see it. But like, you need shit too, right?
I'm looking for. Luckily, most of the goop got on my armor, which is washable. So, yay. But I'm looking for clothes for the men and cosmetics. Yes, I'm dying of it.
Fun. Alright. Totally know a place.
Great.
You start to
Macy's.
You start to follow Jen a bit further into Hawk and Barter. As you do, you pass by, again, several of these large, kind of canopy-covered stands. You see people buying all sorts of things. There's a jeweler off to the side that's, like, set up on a pedestal. Like, you have to walk up this short staircase to get to, like, the stand where the jeweler is. But as you walk a bit further, Jen suddenly takes, like, a sharp left turn past three of these little carts and into this open storefront. As if, like, the two large windows on the front of the store open up like doors. There's just kind of this large hole in the middle of this building that Jen walks through. And as you walk in, you pass by a couple, like, velvet curtains, and as they part open, you walk in, and it's just a ginormous store interior on the inside. You see, off to one side, it kind of curves back into, like, more of like an L-like shape that is just chocked full of clothes upon clothes upon clothes upon clothes. And on the opposite side, there is a older dwarven woman with gray hair, kind of pulled up into this huge bun with streaks of what almost look like strands of gold in it. And she's kind of sitting with her feet propped up behind this large glass counter that stretches along the entire wall of the other side of the store, with probably several different sections of every single cosmetic that you can think of.
Ideal.
So, Jen kind of walks in and is like, I'm assuming that we're just gonna, like, have a look around.
Yes.
So, if you would like to make a perception or perception check and or investigation check, I would possibly suggest both.
Both? Okay. That's nerve-wracking. Alright, perception is a 15.
Okay.
And investigation is a 15.
Alright. You begin to walk around the store. There's about pretty much anything you can think of in here within reason.
What is
Yeah.
Dodie looking for first?
She is looking for. Honestly, she's gonna go to the pretty things counter first, and she's gonna try to find herself some black hair dye.
All right. You begin to walk up and down this elaborate filled counter, I guess. It's this large glass counter with open spots along the top that you can kind of like peer down and reach through for some of like the more touchable items. And as you walk by, you see the older dwarf woman look up, putting down what appears to be a newspaper, maybe, and set it off to the side. It looks really beat up and doesn't quite look fully printed, like parts of it are handwritten. Not entirely sure what's up with that, but she sets it off to the side and looks up. Looking for anything specific?
Hair care.
Ooh, many options there. And she stands up and she points you down towards this kind of middle section, and she kind of slides back the glass along the top for you to look in. You look in and you can see what look to be several hair tonics and pomades, and there's this one glass box that has these intricately inscribed and carved metal and mother-of-pearl boxes. And then below that, underneath the kind of open part, that you see the two shelves that are full of a bunch of different jars and boxes and different things. She stands up and she goes, well, if you're looking for hair care, talking about, like, lengthening, brightening, glossing, these up here are going to be your best bets.
I'm more looking to quit with the upkeep.
Oh.
So the bright colors are getting a little bit hard to keep up with. So
Understandable. She reaches down and pulls out this large tray of like small glass jars and just sets them down on top of the counter. These are the ones that I tend to use, but of course they're not everybody's wheelhouse sort of thing. It's what I do to get this gold streak, and she motions
Very
down towards one of the gold glass jars. You kind of, I'm guessing, look at the different jars that are here. You start to notice that there are a couple like brightly colored ones. Not really what you're going for, though she does kind of tilt the tray towards you like she's still trying to get you to buy one of the brightly colored ones. But Jen walks up behind you and is looking at them as well. She kind of points to one of the darker colors. I know that you were like going for black probably, but like I don't know if you've noticed, I don't know if this is always how it is, but like your hair isn't like fully black right now.
like, I mean, I've never paid that much attention to the natural color.
I feel like this one would probably work for you, maybe, if you were like trying to go like natural, like what your hair, like your roots are. 'Cause,
Yeah.
like, what was your hair black?
Relatively? I mean, go for what the roots look like, I guess.
Because like your hair is like really, well, your roots, I guess, because like the rest of your hair is like really prank. But I don't know, from this angle, maybe it's just because I'm way down here. But it looks more like a dark purple to me. But like, do what you want.
Fuck it, alright.
Do you want to?
Just go. Yeah. Might as well. Yes.
Sick. You see the older dwarven woman kind of like twiddle her fingers a little bit and start to pull it off to the side. Oh, I just love this color. She sets it off in a little box. Do you want me to hold it while you keep shopping?
That would be great.
Wonderful. She looks down at Jen. Would you like to buy anything?
will I have the counter open? And Jen's like, lipstick. And they start to walk off down towards the other side of the counter. What else are you looking for?
He's looking for clothes for Sapphire and clothes for Erithar.
All right.
She's having her Legally Blonde moment.
You start to walk through the rest of the store, in through the piles and piles and racks and shelves and all of this stuff of clothing. It's a little bit overwhelming at times. As you walk by, you do see a couple, more standard-looking cloaks and pants and different things like that. You pick up a couple pieces that are probably more trail-ready than what they've been wearing so far. My camera will not focus at all. Whatever. But as you start to walk around, kind of digging through the different things that you are looking at, you do kind of glance up every once in a while, just looking around the store. And at one point, you do look back towards kind of this back corner and see this old-looking shelf that's kind of stuck behind a different shelf. And there's this little bit of a glimmer of something kind of purple on it. Not, like, way up in your face, but, like, something pretty nice. You kind of weave your way back there and start to look at that. You find, thinking about what Sapphire has been wearing, and thinking about what Erithar has been wearing as well, you manage to find a couple pieces that probably fit more into what they're going for, just toned down just slightly.
Makes sense.
You find a less blood-stained and less silver thread embroidered kind of vest thing for Sapphire, as well as a replacement for his flouncy-looking shirt. Just slightly less ornate, but still kind of fitting within that vibe that he gives off. You remember that he did just pull a cloak from the hole in the ground, so you don't really pay as much attention to that sector of things. Looking around for Erithar, you manage to find some more subtle looking things while still kind of, you're having fun with it. A couple things with not full iridescence as he's wearing right now, but a little bit of like subtle jewel-toned colors, so that the entire party isn't dressed like assassins in all black. But you pick up a couple different things that you think maybe they'd like, and kind of start to pile them together, kind of holding them up together, saying like, okay, do these colors go together? This is probably fine. He's just gonna wear that. It's fine. And you manage to sort out a couple different things.
Yeah.
Anything you're looking for yourself, other than hair dye?
I don't think so.
All right. You manage to kind of pile everything up, folding them how they need to be folded, and eventually start making your way back towards the counter where Jen and this woman are. You can see that they've got like probably 15 different lipsticks kind of set out on the counter, and they are very closely inspecting all of them and like comparing the different shades. As you walk up, you do notice about half of them are black lipsticks that you cannot tell the difference of, but they are inspecting them closely. And as you start to get closer, you do watch as the old lady pulls out a magnifying glass and hands it to Jen so she can get a real good look on it. You set your stuff on the counter, and Jen turns to you and holds up two different lipsticks. Which do you think is like more of like a going out type look? I would like to stress that they look identical.
Same?
Yeah.
That one?
That's kind of what I was thinking too.
Yeah,
She
sure.
sits down and goes,
They're
okay.
so different.
She turns back to the old lady. I'm going to get this one, and that one because you suggested it and I trust you. And the old lady kind of like claps her hands together and goes, wonderful, and starts to package it up.
This is definitely the sort of place Jen would bring you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But you've managed to find a good bit of stuff all in one place, so that's also nice. After a moment, the old lady kind of packs everything up for you and for Jen into these large kind of paper bags and stuff like that with little ribbon handles and stuff. It's very nice.
Yeah.
I need to look up how much all of that would be, don't I?
You can also just pull a number out of your ass.
This is true. Hold on. Does my generator have this in it? Beep 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 beep. Since you bought quite a few things, we're gonna say that the hair dye plus, let's see, that's one outfit, two outfits, hair dye. I'm gonna say about 6 gold,
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
I feel like for the
Party. For these boys' tastes, absolutely.
yeah. So, clothes don't cost as much in this town as other things do. Jen
sense.
also pays for her 2 lipsticks that she bought. That is in this like little tiny paper bag with this little ribbon handle, and it's got like a little like stamp on the front of it with golden grace kind of around this little like picture of a scarf or something. It's a cute little logo. And Jen looks very pleased with herself. Alright. I want to
We
hit
should
like
head back.
one more spot on our way back, if that's fine.
Right.
It's like a shoe store. It's like right there.
Sure.
Cool.
Okay.
And you begin to walk out back into the city. You kind of pull off to the side at a certain point at this like overhang with this large stand that's just packed full of shoes and just all shoved back behind this very thin human guy who's just kind of standing there hunched over, just waiting for somebody to walk by and buy a pair of shoes. And she begins to talk to him for a moment. My camera is being really stupid tonight. But you're kind of left there for a second while she begins to barter with this man over a pair of shoes. Could I get you to make a perception check for me?
I'd love to make a perception check. Thank you for asking. It's 17.
It's not gonna. 17?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. After a bit, Jen kind of walks back, looking very pleased with herself, carrying a new bag. Or whatever. I totally just shysted that guy out of a deal. That was so funny. Okay, ready to go?
Yep.
You two begin to walk back through the streets again, walking through the crowds, and kind of weaving back through the city. Somewhere off in the distance, you see fireworks going off. Not entirely sure what that's about, but you continue on. At some point, Jen starts to talk about something about the shoes, and you're not really listening because it doesn't really make a lot of sense with what she's saying, but you're just kind of letting her talk for a little bit as you continue walking. After a little bit, kind of passing down one of these main streets that weaves back over towards the tavern, within the sounds of walking and talking and partying around you, you hear something that's kind of throws you off for a second. I don't really have another way to put it except for like a really sad sigh, like somebody's like holding back crying.
Okay.
You immediately kind of are weirded out by that, and you look across these moving crowds as Jen continues to talk and talk and talk.
And opposite the street from you, moving slowly, almost like aimlessly through the crowd with their head down, is a very, very pale figure. It's hard to see them under their cloak as they have it pulled up, but you see the almost pure white, pale skin and sorrowful features, and what almost looks like it might be black streaks of mascara running down their face as they sniffle and are holding back sobs.
She kind of holds her hand out to Jen and is just kind of like watching this person, taking them in.
You see them kind of like turn away a little bit from your vision and kind of like weave through a bit of the crowd and then stick back over to the wall as if they're kind of hugging the wall as they walk. They don't seem to be looking at you or anything, but you do seem to be the only one that's really like noticed this person who is actively trying not to sob walking through the street. Jen stops. Huh?
And she kind of points this person out.
Jen kind of like looks over. They don't seem to be having a very good time.
No, do you mind if we just keep an eye out on them for a second?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, they're going in the direction that we're going anyway.
Cool.
You begin to walk a little bit slower now, kind of keeping up with their almost aimless kind of wandering down this road. And they don't really seem to be doing anything other than walking and trying not to cry. You catch little glimpses of them as they turn, and you see more of their kind of the streaks across their face and the white skin. Though you can't really make out a lot of the rest of their features underneath this large black hood that they have pulled out. You keep walking for a little bit, and you hear fireworks going off again. And Jen kind of keeps trying to weave between people so that you kind of keep a close eye but aren't following directly behind this person. Can you make a dexterity check for me?
Okay. Check or a save?
Let's just do a check.
17?
17. After a moment, you kind of keep an eye on this person. Jen's stopped talking by this point, as she's also interested in what's happening. And as another firework goes off directly above you, the person in front of you jolts and nearly falls back, nearly knocking you to the ground. You manage not to fully fall over everybody around you, and stand back up, and as you look back out towards the crowd, kind of apologizing to the person who bumped into you because that person bumped into you, you look up and that hooded figure is nowhere to be seen.
She kind of apologizes to the person, and kind of guides Jen back toward the tavern, just kind of like keeping an eye out as she goes.
Make one more perception check to see if you see them again as you make your way back to the tavern.
11.
11. You manage to walk back the rest of the way fairly easily after that, not managing to bump into any more people or get nearly deafened by a firework going off directly above you, but you never catch sight of that person again. But you make your way back to the tavern. I'm going to jump back over to Erithar, Gore, and Saphael, who have had bath time. If there's anything that you guys were specifically looking to do with your own little moment of private time, this would be the moment. Or we can jump back over to hanging out in the hotel room.
Gore's not doing anything.
The fact that Dodie does not know what the room number is.
That's hilarious. I think Erithar's probably in the bath for the better part of an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Enjoying his first real moment of solitude.
Yeah. Fully decompressing.
And were there any robes in here or in the room?
There are quite a few, like, big towels. Probably not any, like, full robes or anything.
Okay. He's going to,
Actually, there would have been, like, a house coat in the room if he wanted to grab that before he went into the...
Yeah, sure, that makes sense. Well, he'll probably have left it in the room,
Mhm.
but he'd probably put it, like, with his stuff in the room.
Mhm.
I think he'll get out and he'll wrap a towel around his waist and kind of hold the dirty clothes in the other hand.
Mhm.
And he steps out. Would Gorb already be gone, or is he still there?
He's probably still floating, just on his back, like sprawled out.
I love that.
Kind of just starts to walk by. I'm headed back to the room, and I'm going to see if there's any alcohol up there. If not, when you get back, can you go downstairs and see if we can get some either up to the room, or I'll just go down with you to have a drink.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna go get a drink down there.
He's just gonna go back to the room.
You trail back off into the room, enjoying a little bit of peace and quiet. I would like to point out that when Gorf sprawls out spread eagle on top of the water, he does take up nearly the entire spring, so he's just kind of rotating in place.
Like the gif of Kermit in the bucket.
Yeah,
Oh,
That's
great.
amazing.
but you take your time. Eventually, Saphael just does kind of like sneak out of his little bathroom with one towel around his waist and one like pulled over his head, just fully covered, as he just kind of walks back to the room without saying anything. Arathar, eventually you do hear Saphael come back into the room and then go into the room with like the futon bed type thing and then just close the garage door for a moment.
Arathar will just pull the house coat on, and he probably has like some spare something else to put on, but the house coat as well, and he'll wait for Gore.
You take
Yeah,
your
I think
time.
Gore. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, you guys take your time, enjoy the room as it is. Dodie and Jen are out for a decent amount of time, not forever, but you know what I mean.
Gore probably gets out by this time and just walks to his room and has no sense of privacy. He does not close the door. He is actively doing everything with the door open.
Just lizard ass out.
Yeah. Dries off. He only puts on his jorts and then starts doing like small exercises.
Love that. Just kind of like stretching it out a little bit. Kind of
Yeah.
getting your muscles back in tune with yourself before kind of get yourself where you need to be. But, yeah.
Then Bray puts his shirt on. Alright, Arathar. Points at Saphael. You coming or what? Alright, I guess the door's closed.
At this point, the door does kind of like lift open a little bit, and Saphael's kind of like standing there again.
You coming or what?
What are we doing?
Gotta get some drinks.
All right. Okay.
Have you had a drink before?
I was 6.
So, okay. No. That's alright. Arathar is gonna stick with the more, like, casual, not really practical clothing, and he'll follow Gore downstairs, kind of motioning for Saphael.
Yeah, Saphael kind
Or
of,
puts a shirt on.
you see, has like attempted, apparently while he was in the bath, attempted to clean some of the stuff off of his clothes, as it is his only set of clothes currently. And there are kind of like damp spots on his shirt where he's attempted to get some of the blood out. and like wrung it out to dry a little bit, but he does follow the two of you back downstairs. He still has like the cloak over him that Dodie had lent him to cover up the blood spots that he couldn't get out of his shirt and his doublet and everything, but you all trail back downstairs. You eventually find a table kind of off to the side, out of the way, and I'm assuming are either going up to the bar or waiting for somebody to come by and take drink orders.
Yep. Probably waiting at the table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saphael kind of sits down as well. There was some sort of drink in the Shadowfell that some of the other more creaturey type people enjoyed, but it was very gelatinous.
We're not drinking that here.
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't.
I am going to have alcohol. I don't know if that's something that you want. If you just want, I don't know, juice.
I think we should
Or
get him
something.
some.
I think it would. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Something that we have in common, I think, is that I think we both should probably relax a little. I already have, I think, just a little bit, but you, I think, considering the amount of years that you are isolated, you definitely need to relax just for a little bit. Especially before tomorrow, where there's a lot of people around.
There are, in fact, a lot of people here.
It's a hideous town. I hate it, but
It's very colorful. That's nice. I enjoy color.
that's nice.
You see, just suddenly, as if from under the table, he sets the Steve the potion grub down on the table. It's nice seeing color, I think. Most of the colors that you see in the Shadowfell aren't very strong. Just kind of vaguely there. I don't mean to keep talking about it, I just literally have nothing else to talk about.
It's alright, just maybe not the grub on the table. That's my thing. You can talk about the Shadowfell as much as you want. I don't care.
No,
But
sorry, I don't really know where
maybe
to
not
put
the
him.
grub. Just put him on. There you go. The shoulder's a nice sitting place for him. Is there any way someone's walking by and we can motion someone over?
Yeah, if you want to like flag somebody down, as there's this very awkward silence that kind of falls over the table, you turn around and see one of the people walking by and just kind of flag them down. A more dwarvish looking man, probably like if you were to guess, probably about half dwarf maybe. Man walks up to the table with a little pad of paper.
Can I have the strongest wine, some of the strongest wine that you have, please?
All right. He like takes a second to think about it and then writes something down.
What's the strongest drink that you have?
We've got something orcish.
Give me some of that.
Right. I don't remember the name of it. It's too hard to say. You write something down.
Also, something on the perhaps the sweeter side that doesn't have too much. That has probably a moderate amount of alcohol in it, but that's not super strong. More on the sweeter side.
Talking like cocktail or like a cheap wine or...
Cocktail's perfect.
Right,
Actually.
I'll just
That's-
pick something. Edit.
You guys have any food?
Got a couple things.
I would like the meatiest thing you guys have.
Alright. We don't really have a lot of options, so...
Just
I honestly don't even know what we're serving tonight.
I'll just take whatever people have ordered the most tonight. What, I don't know, the meal of the
Sweet,
evening is.
just how special. Good. Anything else?
Are you hungry? Points at Sapphire.
Just give him what I'm having. That's
Two
fine.
house specials. All right, I'm gonna walk
That's
away
all.
now. He turns and he leaves. You guys are sitting there for a little bit longer before he comes back and sets the drinks down. He sets down. Gore, it's this like tall, skinny glass of this really dark brown looking liquor. And he just sets it down in front of you. And then Erithar, he sets down a glass of a pretty dark looking wine. It's more of like a maroon color than a red color as he sets it down in front of you. And then in front of Sophiel, he just puts down this little short glass that is bright fucking blue. Just
Windex.
Alright. He sets down like this little like almost like wooden box thing. Put your money in, I'll be around to catch it up. And he walks off. Sophiel just kind of stares down at the drink a little bit. I did say I like color, so...
Also, it's probably better for a first drink to have something that has a bit more flavor than just piss. That's probably what his tastes like. It just probably tastes like piss.
As he's downing it.
You shoot it back, and as you kind of bring it up to your face, as you unhinge your jaw to just kind of drop it down your gullet, the intense smell of cinnamon hits your nose as you kind of pour it down your throat. And if you had the ability to blush bright red, you would, as even not really tasting a lot of it, as it hits your throat, that feeling of like every spice that you would put into a winter drink ever hits all of your senses at once, as well as the very intense burn of a very strong alcohol.
So, not the worst.
I'm concerned on what your worst would be.
So it didn't taste like piss.
The worst was the bathtub alcohol.
Huh?
Different story for another time.
Alright.
I don't remember what that guy's name was.
Oh my god.
Sophiel kind of picks up the glass and kind of smells it a little bit.
It'll loosen up your nerves.
Just, you don't have to down it. A lot of people down it. Those people are lunatics. Just sip it. It's fine. But he's right.
I would like to stress how very weird it is that both of you are just staring at me right now. I'm gonna... He takes a sip of it and sets it down. It's not the worst thing I've tasted. Of course, that bar is pretty low.
That's just alcohol. It's not... It's baseline. It's not fantastic. There's just things that you can add on to it to make it better.
That's good to know.
And he started to sip on his wine, like just the euphoric look in his eye that he's seated and clean and drinking.
Sophiel just kind of continues to take like tiny little sips from his drink. By this point, probably after another moment or so, Dodie and Jen, you both
walk in and see very clearly across the bar the large outlined shape of a lizard. And begin to make your way back towards the table.
Good. You're all clean. Relatively. What are you
How was
drinking?
the outing?
It was good. It was successful. I assume you just want me to put your clothes on your bed.
That's fine. We'll leave them here, whichever.
I'll take them up with me. You never know in a tavern how sticky the tables are going to get over the course of the evening. And I think that would make you want to kill yourself. So I'm just gonna go put them where it's clean.
Thank you.
You're drinking something blue.
Yes, I don't know what it is.
On the next round, have the bartender bring him out a dirty Turley Shemple. It will just taste like juice, I promise.
I'll take your word for that one.
All right.
This
I don't know
one
what that is.
tastes like a fruit of some sort.
Grabs it.
That sure is some sort of fruit.
That is exactly how I would describe it. Gore, I didn't bring anything back for you, but Jen knows where we're going to go have breakfast.
Nice.
I'm gonna go take a bath, and I'm gonna bother Iz for a bottle of wine on my way up. Jen, are you coming?
Oh, hell yeah.
Great. She's gonna stop at the bar.
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
You wait a moment before Iz turns around, still holding a stack of papers, and sees you and walks over. Yeah.
Would it be possible for me to buy a bottle of wine to take up to our room?
Yeah. That's not a problem. If you spill it on something, though, I do have to charge you.
That sounds completely reasonable.
Sweet. What type?
Sweet.
Sweet. Like Parasana sweet or like Dire Mount sweet?
I don't know what the difference is.
Well, how sweet do you like things?
Very.
Parasana. And she walks off.
It's the sweet tea equivalent
Oh my
in
God.
the US.
She walks off and comes back with a bottle and sets it down. I don't know how much a bottle of wine costs in D&D. One moment.
Do you want a silver?
Also, while you're at it, how much did they say all of our stuff cost?
Yes. Let's see. The drinks all together probably come to about... Well, you got a cocktail, you got that, and you got that. It's probably about, 7 silver for the drinks. And, let's see. 3, and 9 silver for all meals. All put together.
Just put a gold down.
Yeah. Okay. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. She sets the bottle of wine down. This one, since we had to import it, but I promise you, you're gonna fucking love it. Is about 2 gold, but I can get one of the cheaper ones if you don't want that one.
This is fine. She puts the money on the
Sweet.
counter.
All right, have fun. And she turns around and walks
Thank
away.
you.
As she turns around and walks away, you do notice her eyes are a different color right now, and like one is brown and one is blue, and earlier they were both brown.
Lock that away for later.
But you grab the bottle of wine. You kind of like look at the label and cannot read a single word on it, and are just like, "Yep, okay."
Presumably, the door is either unlocked or she grabbed the key from Gore? Question mark.
Yeah, I'd say probably when you walk by the table to get back towards the stairwell, you kind of see the key in Gore's pocket and just kind of grab it and walk up the stairs.
Reach into his jorts.
John Cena, okay.
They're actually looped around the belt loop.
Oh my god.
I misspoke. He puts 2 gold there. He doesn't put 1 gold there.
Yeah. Eventually, that guy that was walking around that took your order, strange fellow, comes back and sets the food down and grabs the little thing of money and walks off again. Dodie, you walk up the several flights of stairs and back towards the room. And as you do walk in, it is kind of a strange sight again for a moment, as it's like garage doors, but they're all rolled up, and you see the various different beds. It kind of throws you off for a second, but there are options. So you do see stuff set on some of them, and Jen immediately walks over towards the halfling-sized one and is like, see, this is why I fucking love this city.
She kind of assesses the various rooms, probably assuming that the big bed is Gore's and the tiny pathetic one is Sapphire's. So by process of elimination, there are 2 left. I think she's going to assume, based on contents, which one belongs to Arathar, and put stuff on the clean clothes on their respective beds, before going into the one free room, shedding her armor and her huge-ass axe, grabbing her little box and heading for the bathroom.
Yep. You trail back there, and you do see the large, basically concrete spring that's made to look all fancy in the various other rooms. And eventually you hear, as you get in there and start to pick up a towel and like get your stuff together, you do hear the little pitter-patter of Jen following up behind you. And she comes in. She has like pulled her hair up again, instead of in the big ponytail, into just a really big bun, like directly in the middle on the top of her head.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, this is like kind of cool.
Yeah. It's got privacy and also this huge thing.
Yeah. Sick.
Great. Love this. She opens the bottle of wine and hands it to Jen first.
Jen like smells it for a minute and then just like chugs a sip of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Very delicious. Very, very sweet.
Perfect.
Definitely
She's gonna
something
start
to get
getting
wine drunk on.
Just like find a place to perch and start working.
Yep. You set the bottle down, taking a couple more sips of it. It's pretty nice. And you manage to open up the jar, and you can see it's almost got like a little bit of a shimmer to it, the actual like paste that's in there. And Jen kind of like walks over as you kind of like start to move your hair back to try to get it out of the way. I'm assuming that you're probably gonna like maybe want help. Cause like as a girly who's got like a fuck ton of hair, you've got a fuck ton of hair.
Bad. It's really bad. But if it's shorter, it's worse.
Yeah, it just poofs.
Exactly.
Yeah. My cousin has
sure?
like really curly hair, and like she got like this like shortcut at one point, and it was like a coconut.
Yeah, triangle.
Yeah.
Bad. Are you so sorry? Mom, Pippin's trying to eat cookies, so I'll be right back.
Yep.
You're going to hell.
Cat hell. There is no tuna.
I'll be back in just a second.
Yep. I want to get us a little bit further, and then I think there's a good spot to take a break. If we could.
Okie dokie. I'm vibing.
Little vacation time that isn't in Massip?
No, because there was a serial killer there.
Oopsies. Maybe? No?
No, fuck you.
Sorry, my cat was trying to kill herself.
Sci-fi tip. It's
She had enough.
She kind of holds the jar. Are you sure that this is the color it actually is? Because my mother's hair is black.
Yeah, here, hold on. And she walks out of the room back into like the main room and comes back with her little compact. Here, take a look. You kind of take a look at like the roots at the front of your hair, and from a distance, your hair does look black. The roots do look black now that they've grown out a little bit, especially. But you kind of hold it up, and you remember in that moment from that vision that you had in that one dream that in a certain light it kind of shined a more purpley maroon color, kind of almost like a really, really dark wine. And as you take a look at the roots of your hair, it does look black until you kind of like shift your head a little bit, and there are like almost like little streaks of purple in it.
Okay. She hands Jen the jar.
All right, sick. And she starts to get going on your hair, slathering up different pieces and kind of mixing it all in. It is a fairly large jar, so it does manage to cover all of your hair, but she is like scooping the bottom of the jar at the last little bit to kind of make sure she covers all of your hair.
Great.
I think this is gonna look good on you.
I'm optimistic.
Yeah, it's like basically black, so it's like
Yeah.
it's like still like kind of neutral enough that you can like pull it off with anything.
Yeah.
One time I dyed my hair, and it was like, I dyed it like blue, but like it didn't come out right. So then it was like this like bright like seafoam green color.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was bad.
I mean, if anybody can pull it off, it's you. But
Yeah, I wasn't really going with the style that I was giving.
no.
Yeah. Weird.
This took trial and error. I started doing pink when I was 17. So like right after I swore my oath, just for the sake of having some kind of control over my body. So
Makes sense.
yeah.
Yeah, I feel like big like life moments. It's like I used to like get like a drastic haircut, but then it was like too much upkeep, so I just like kept growing out my hair. So then I like dyed my hair, and then it like wasn't really doing what I was doing. So then I like got piercings, and then like that didn't really work out because they never healed right.
How many drastic life moments have you had?
Well, they're probably not as drastic like in comparison, because I mean like your life is a fucking wild ride.
Yeah.
But like when I moved to the city, and by the city I mean the capital. Or that time my brother went to prison, or let's see. Oh, or I was supposed to get married, but then it turned out that he was selling secrets on my father.
Oh.
Yeah, so he's not around anymore.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say to that. So I'm just gonna move on.
Yeah. He wasn't that good in bed, so it's whatever.
There you go. Can I ask you a completely blunt question?
Sure.
Do you only date guys? Or
Like I've like tried a couple different things or whatever. It seems that like I have like, not to be like rude or anything, but it seems like guys tend to like fall over themselves for me, so it's like easy pickings,
that makes sense.
you know? And it's like I have to put more effort in it when I want to date other people, and it's like sometimes it's like I don't want to deal with all that, especially, you know, after, you know.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You have to be very discerning.
Yeah, so I mostly just kind of like have fun. Not really like looking for anything right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't really do dating.
Just cuz, or
I mean-
like...
Well, I mean, whole random messages in my head in the middle of the night. Shaky terrors doesn't exactly equate to long-term relationships.
You're just
So-
dating cowards.
Maybe so. I definitely prefer to find someone, have fun, get the fuck out of their house before I become unconscious.
That's fair.
Yeah. Been in a dry spell lately.
It happens. It happens. Well, I mean, like, the place across the street or whatever, if you wanted to.
Maybe tomorrow. Blue hair takes a very specific kind of person to pull off.
Yeah. 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 I was trying it. It didn't really go my way. So, haven't really done that since. But
Yeah.
maybe I'll try it again in the future. I don't know.
Did you bleach it first?
Kind of. Like, I had, like, my hair was, like, kind of lightened a little bit. Like, my hair is, like, not, like, super dark. So I was trying to go for, like, more of, like a mid-tone blue or whatever. But, like, just didn't really work out.
That makes sense.
You guys sit there and talk a little bit longer while your hair develops and stuff like that. You manage to get through a decent way into the bottle before eventually you have to wash out the hair dye. And as you kind of start to rinse it out and get your hair back to clean, it does kind of throw you off when your hair kind of falls in front of your face for a second and it's not pink anymore. It's a little jarring, but you eventually get all of the goop out of your hair and are welcome to just enjoy the baths for a while if you wish. Jen definitely does as she takes another large swig of the bottle of wine and then just jumps into the spring and then just kind of floats around a little bit.
She's
Much
gonna
more room
use,
for her to float than Gore.
she's gonna take advantage of the private baths, kind of using the time to let her hair dry while she gets clean for the first time properly in like a month. Finishing the bottle of wine, and eventually making her way back into her room to get dressed and kind of sort everything out.
Eventually, Jen comes back out and starts to sort through her clothes and get her stuff together. And you see she puts her extremely long hair into two kind of simple braids so that it kind of has a little bit of room to dry, but it's not just all down her back. But she gets her stuff together and goes, well, I'm not fully drunk yet, so I'm going back downstairs.
What drinks do you think the boys have gotten through in the last hour?
I think if Gore got his way, probably quite a few.
Makes sense.
I don't know about Saphael. He might be passed out if he was trying to do too many things.
One, he's probably unconscious.
Yeah, so I have no idea, but
All right.
I'm gonna get turned up.
Yeah, let's do it.
She walks back downstairs.
Down.
While all of that was happening, do the boys indeed get more drinks?
Yeah.
Saphael eventually nurses his drink down to the last little dregs of it, and by the time he gets to the bottom, he's like, There's like pulp or something at the bottom.
The bottom is the worst part.
I don't...
There's nothing savory about the bottom. Earther's probably had 3 glasses of wine at this point.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, they shouldn't charge you for the bottom. They should take off a bit of a price, a bit of the price. That's, and you shouldn't have to. Don't drink it. It's all right.
That's why you just drink it all at once.
No, don't listen to anything that he says.
Can I have another one?
Ever, at all times.
That one guy keeps coming by and bringing rounds. You keep putting money down. Eventually, Raphael does try to remember what Dodie said, and is like, and kind of flags the guy over as you guys are like, yeah, just another one of the. And he goes, I don't know names of things. Somebody suggested a dirty, turdy, shirty. And the guy goes, dirty, turly, what?
Turly temple. Very surely worded temple.
Oh, a turly shemple,
That one.
but with alcohol. And Raphael's like, yes. Yeah, okay, whatever. And he walks off. Eventually, a couple more rounds get brought around, and Raphael does seem to drink that one a bit easier. He still makes a face every once in a while, but he's just kind of slowly nursing on them. As Gore, I'm assuming you are just pounding them back.
Yeah.
Are you still sticking with the same thing, or are you trying something else? Or are you just becoming the inside of a Christmas tree?
I like to think that he just goes down, like, if there was a drink menu, he's going down and getting the next one in line every single time.
Nice.
Like, way worse.
The flavors that are combining in your mouth are becoming concerning. But it's just so much fun. Especially because some of them fizz, and then one you kind of like, you kind of shot down your gullet, and for a second there you felt like it almost like popped in your throat for a second, and then kind of kept going down. Very interesting experience that is happening here, but they just keep coming.
Your constitution is something that perhaps should be studied in some sort of academy or laboratory, however you decide to say it, but it should be studied.
I should be studied.
You should be studied, I think.
Exactly.
You should be studied for a couple of reasons.
I like the way you think, Arathar.
I am a genius. Many would
Sure.
agree. Do you want new clothes?
I said no.
No, you don't want new clothes?
No, what?
If you went out and bought myself and Raphael clothes, you paid for a lot of my things. I can buy you new clothes.
Arathar, I barely wear clothes.
I know, and you know, you don't really, I'm saying that, and you don't really need new clothes. If anybody else, if he was wearing jorts right now, or if I was wearing jorts right now, I would say that you need new clothes immediately, but you really,
Hey,
surprisingly...
Are you making fun of my jorts?
No, I wasn't! I was about to say that you're probably the only person I know that can pull jorts off. And it's alright. It was just, I've never seen anybody wear them in public before. I don't even think in private. I think I had heard of it.
Well,
But
thank you.
I just... what? What?
I said thank you.
You're welcome. I
Well,
just,
then-
you know...
Were the sleeves, the lack of sleeves intentional?
I ripped them off.
He's too busy doing his push-ups.
I didn't actually
And
rip them off. That was a joke.
and punching trees.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if you had.
You're onto something.
Did you buy it like that?
Buy it.
Was it given to you like that? How about let's try
When I
that?
got it, yeah.
So it came
So it
with
was
no
a style-
sleeves.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody gave you torn clothing.
Maybe I did rip them off.
I don't think you would remember right now. You probably did. They looked like they were ripped off. If they weren't, whoever designed them is an idiot. Because
They
you're
have
going
been-
to have it.
Listen, they have been through a lot. So, like, I don't remember.
Do you only have the one shirt? I mean, I know I can't
I have
really
two.
speak much, but I feel like with people who are currently living on the material plane, it would make more sense if you had more than one.
You have two
Two.
shirts.
Mhm.
Well, what's the other
They're
one?
both. It's exactly the same thing.
Like same color, or
Yeah.
you have two identical shirts with ripped off sleeves?
Mhm.
It ain't broke. Try to
Listen.
fix it.
I feel like
Listen.
it kind of is broken in
Listen.
technicality.
It's not
Mm.
for him.
Listen, the salt water would just get on the sleeves, and then nobody wants that. And there's no freedom of movement.
Like on a boat, like on the ocean, saltwater.
Yeah, where else?
I don't know. I've heard there might be saltwater lakes. You do a lot of. I imagine with the rowing, and the. Oh my god, and with the rowing, that you would need freedom of movement if you're on a boat a lot.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I've never been
Yeah.
on a boat.
That makes
We're
sense.
taking them on a
I
boat.
feel like they don't have boats in the Shadowfell. I've also never been on a boat.
There's a water there?
In the Shadowfell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wha-
Half of it's poisoned, but you know, it is what it is.
Well, then you would definitely need a boat.
I didn't really leave where I was.
I think I've been on a charter boat. I think that's how I know I get seasick. I think it's been a while.
I just give it a few days, you'll get over it.
He likes boats, but he doesn't like boats. That's the vibe that I get from you. Like you're afraid of boats. We were talking about boats, and you were like afraid to get on a boat, and then we got on a boat, and you were like happy about it. So it seems like you have a complicated relationship with boats, and you don't have to talk about it. That's fine, but that's just kind of the
I like-
understanding of it.
I like boats.
You like boats?
Mm.
Do you like the ocean, or do you hate the ocean? Or is it complicated?
The ocean's
It seems
pretty
like
cool.
The ocean's pretty good.
Well, I do kind of, yeah, I do kind of like the ocean.
I've been on airships, but it's not similar.
Huh?
They fly airships. That's a little smoother travel. They're like boats, but they're for the sky.
What?
But you don't have to deal with the current. Sometimes there's storms, but I don't leave the house when it storms.
Ah,
I read a
I'll
book
stick to
about
the
an
water.
airship.
Oh, you did? Do you remember the book? Well, you probably. I don't know. Do you remember the name of it?
I think it was. Well, I say I read. I read the pages that were open.
I was about to, it just hit me that that probably would be something that a 6-year-old and below would not read, so it makes more sense that you would perceive the open pages.
Yeah, I went back a couple times to the same room, and the person had gotten a little bit further, so I read, probably 10 pages, but it was, in different parts of the book, so I don't know what happened in between those pages. But there was a diagram of a airship. That was pretty cool.
They're very interesting looking. You would like an airship, Gore, I think.
no,
No? Alright.
no.
But it's like the boat and it's in the air. Does it have to be in the ocean for you to like it?
I like regular boats.
That's the equation. Alright.
Zaphael, who's just
understand.
kind of spacing out a little bit, picks up one of the cherries and just kind of nibbles on it.
What?
Just the awkward silence.
It's they talk and then it's done. This is the last time I'll bring it up. If you need anything, I had money and now I didn't have money and now I do. So if you just need anything,
Arathar,
as long
are you
as it's not more expensive than 97 gold.
Or do you think I'm poor, Arathar?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so because you've been contributing the most money. So no, I don't think you are. But I also feel like I should reciprocate in some way. So I'm just saying.
As he's saying this, reaches in his bag and pulls out 20 gold and drops it in the plate. The drinks are on me.
Thank you.
Can both of you make perception checks for me? At disadvantage
God.
because you are both inebriated.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a natural one.
That's a 13.
Nice.
The higher number was a natural 20.
Alright. Arathar, you watch Gore just drop all of this money into the plate and then just kind of go back to your glass of wine. This conversation kind of peters in and out for a little while longer as Saphael gets down through his next Turley Shemple before eventually she's gone, but I was gonna say Dodie, or at least Jen first, arrives. I'll wait a moment. Because we're right about to cut to a break. Almost there.
Break time, baby.
But they're really just drinking in almost silence, cut up between little bouts of conversation.
It's important to me. This is how they talk.
I'm assuming cat shenanigans are happening.
Shan Franigans.
It's a good NPC name.
Shan Franigans. I can't wait to be like 20 episodes later and then we run into Shan Franigans.
Yeah.
It's gonna be so important to me.
You guys didn't go into the naughty dog or whatever?
The naughty dog.
Dog. The nasty dog. I'm so
The nasty
sorry.
dog.
That sounds better for some reason.
Yeah, not to give
God,
too much
Gorwin.
away about the nasty dog, but I think there's a pretty funny name in there.
Gore wanted to go to Bones so bad.
Well, I'm not entirely sure. I will say by this point, Saphael does have, like, a flush across his face. He is honestly not drank that much, and he's not completely smashed, but he is just kind of, like, kind of staring at everything and slightly
vibing.
fuzzy looking.
He's relaxed. We out here.
Yep.
I was just about to bring Dodie back in. Unless you guys are still talking about something.
None of Sapphires at the table.
Silence.
Unfortunately, Gord doesn't speak unless spoken to.
Yeah.
He sure doesn't. Also, Tyler, I think every once in a while in the music there's like a creaking noise, and I see you look over your shoulder every time it happens.
It sounds like a door is opening!
I think I'm going crazy. I think it's somewhere in the apartment.
Yeah, I think it's in the music.
It has to be. Because I hear it and I'm like, what are the cats doing? It literally has gotten me every single time.
I know that you have a break scheduled. Do we just want to go ahead and go to break?
Yeah, probably.
And we'll just pick up with Dodie coming back, I guess.
Yeah.
Because I'm assuming cat shenanigans are happening to the extreme.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, probably.
yeah, we'll just go ahead and take the break and then
Okay.
come back in a minute. So, meet. There we go. All right. Back at it. So, picking up, yeah, the boys are sitting in awkward silence by this point. Saphael is finishing his next Turley Shemple. As Dodie, you follow Jen down the stairs as she immediately walks over to the bar to start ordering herself a drink as you look around and see Gore and Erithar and Saphael still at the same table that you left them at, all like kind of swaying slightly in their chairs. Some more severely than others.
She's gonna stop and get herself another drink. I'm just gonna go ahead and deduct a silver from her inventory. As she acquires for herself the same thing she told Saphael to get.
That's a good choice.
And head back over to the table.
Yeah.
She cannot handle the taste of alcohol either, and she's had it before.
You walk over to the table, eventually trailed by Jen, who has, I guess, like to the modern effect of a margarita glass full of something vaguely purple in it. It looks to have little pieces of fruit floating in it, but it's some sort of something. For the size that she is, it's quite a big thing. She kind of sets it up onto the table first and then climbs up into a chair.
Fishbowl.
Yeah. Only the best. But you join the table as well.
She puts her drink down and slides it next to Saphael.
Hi.
Hi. Are you guys doing okay?
Yeah, we're doing alright.
You changed your hair.
Yes, I did. You're very
Oh,
observant.
yeah.
They've been...
It's probably a smart idea. It's pink and bright, and
Yeah.
we did a not so great thing. But so it's probably best to keep your hair probably a more like less, you know what I mean, right?
I do know what you mean.
Absolutely. Very smart. It's not like he can change the fact that he's a lizard, and I don't.
Why don't you dye your hair?
What?
Yeah, dye your hair.
I don't want to.
Well,
He's also
I also
pretty
feel like dark blue
recognizable
hair is a bit more-
otherwise.
That's true.
What did he say?
He's also pretty recognizable otherwise.
Yeah, I don't think I could. There's not really. I've never met another me, so.
I did.
Well, you met another, like, font of me. From, like, a different... we're not the same, me and him. If we're talking about your father, I don't know if you've met another... We're not the same.
I met another me.
Oh, another you! I got you. I thought you meant, like, another planar. I haven't really stopped to think in an hour or so.
Please don't ever compare yourself to my father ever again.
I wasn't comparing I thought you meant...
You are smiling.
Me?
Yeah.
I probably won't remember the fact that I did tomorrow. Well, I'll probably remember. I'm not that. I don't normally, and I'm not thinking, so it's fine.
Nice.
Not really, but... Maybe...
You're such a Debbie Downer.
Me? Did you know that Gore owns 2 shirts?
Yeah.
You did it?
There's the slightest amount of difference between the two of them.
He said they're the same color. I didn't know you knew he had two shirts. I didn't know
They're
he had
both
two shirts.
white.
Yeah, but the one is a little bit more sun bleached than the other.
Mhm.
I should get you a trench coat, since you can't really change the fact that you're a lizard. Maybe a trench coat will make you more...
No.
Sleeves.
No, you know
No.
what? Rowing boats, you can't row a boat in a trench coat. It's probably...
I can't work out in those conditions.
You don't have to work out in those conditions. You can just take the trench coat off. I'm not going to cramp your style. I won't do it.
Are
I'm
you
not
dying,
trying
Srenmore?
to hide who I am.
What's that? What did you say?
I'm not trying to hide who I am from anybody.
For you.
Hmm?
I mean, I feel like as long as one of us covers our bases, there's a less percentage that will be that, you know. It's good. It was smart. It was a smart move.
Thank you.
Is Jen at the table?
Yeah, she
Or she's
is.
the bar.
She's got a straw, and she is just making a big old dent in that drink. And she stops for a minute. You guys made some serious progress, huh?
Huh?
Yeah, exactly.
I've had a few.
I would categorize that as more than a few.
A few dozen?
Just downs them like the Jolly Ranchers or something. I don't. Just takes it back.
Jolly Ranchers.
Are you swallowing Jolly Ranchers whole? I need to know.
Oh my god! I don't know. It was the first thing that popped in my head.
I feel like if anybody would, it would be Gore.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh god.
Yeah, what am I supposed to do? Sip on it?
That's what most people would do. But you know, at
That's
least
lame.
you're pretty consistent with the way you consume everything. You have a method, and I shouldn't judge that.
Yeah, you're damn right.
Dodie, you look over at Saphael, who's just kind of like... I don't know. And is just kind of staring off. Isn't, like, fully, like, can't get a grip, but is more just off somewhere else.
Okay. How many did you get through?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I drank that first one down to the bottom bit, which was disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
And then I tried to order this drink, and the man didn't understand what I was saying because I couldn't remember what he said. But then he figured it out, so then he brought me one. And so then this is... Well, I think I drank 2 of them.
So this is number 3 that you
Yes.
finished.
Yes.
That's very impressive for somebody who's never had a drink before.
I feel as if... What?
Do you want to close your eyes for a little while?
Probably.
Okay.
That man over there pissed himself, I think. I noticed that earlier. He just lays his head back on the back of the chair. You do look up, there is a guy passed out, like, outside, like, through the doors, like, at one of the outside tables, who does have a wet spot on his lap, and you're not entirely sure if that was a drink or if he did, in fact, piss himself.
Was I drinking piss?
Is this piss? Was I drinking piss?
Oh, she
Also-
nurses her drink. Honestly, she's taking in the chaos.
Yeah, also I will point out that Steve, the potion grub, you do notice on his shoulder still.
Yeah.
Not a lot of
Alright.
movement in Steve. Kind of stays
That
where
makes
he's
sense.
put. Jen at a certain point looks over to you, Dodie. She's gotten like halfway through this very large bowl of drink and is like, your friends are weird drinking buddies.
So I'm gathering. Eritha, have you moved on to existential crisis? You look like you've moved on to existential crisis.
Uh-huh.
I was not expecting to have to put you all to bed.
Bo, are you going across the street tonight to that awful place? Or are you not going there tonight?
Are you talking about Bones? Arathar, let's go to Bones.
I don't want to.
Get up. He stands up. Come on, Arathar, we're going to Bones.
I was asking in case someone needed
Yeah,
to wake
because you
up
wanted to
me,
go.
because
You wanted to go. Come on, get up, Arathar.
Jen is just like,
We're going to Bones, guys. You guys want to come? Come on. Sapphire!
he, huh?
Don't make him go. Don't make him go. He
Come
needs to
on. We're going to
He's
Bones.
asleep. Shh.
Huh?
You go to sleep. Don't
It'll be
listen
fun.
to anything he's saying. You need to go to sleep. She's going to kill us if we make you do anything, or if he makes you do anything.
Jody, we're going to Bones. Come on.
Eric puts his hand over Gore's mouth.
Let me put him to bed and I'll meet you over there.
Yes, Jen. We're going to
I'm down.
Bones.
I like that place.
Yes. Gore stumbles towards the door holding Arathar.
Jen manages to chug the rest of her drink and starts to follow after you two. Sapphire is just kind of sitting there.
She's gonna help him up and take him upstairs. Make sure he is fully in bed and then lock him into the suite.
Mm-hmm. As you kind of like settle him down and he sits on the bed as he kind of like kicks off his shoes as they like fall across the room. He's like, I don't mean to be weird about all of this. This is very much lots of things.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of things. I'm just going to... And he takes Steve and he puts it on one pillow. He can just sit there.
Yeah, that's a good place for him.
He doesn't move a lot.
No. He's a stationary little fella.
Your friend was right about your other friends. They are weird.
Yeah, the people are different when they've had a couple drinks in them.
Be careful of the lizard's breath. He drank a lot
it
of things
awful?
that did not mix well together.
Try to get some sleep.
I am going to attempt to not have dreams.
Do you want me to stay? Okay, you're asleep already. Yeah, she's gonna write a note and like leave it on the nightstand in case he wakes up and says, "Remember, we're across the street. I haven't abandoned you."
You leave it on the nightstand next to the futon-looking thing.
Yeah.
You do take one last glance over where he has just shoved his face into the seam of the futon and is just already asleep. Just out.
she's gonna lock him in the suite, and she's gonna go across the street to Bone.
Hey, hold on, this is so important. Hold on, this is so important.
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna send this because this is gore.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. You make your way downstairs and eventually catch up to your three friends as they are stumbling their way across this kind of city square towards this dark building, which is still lit up from the inside with these flashing lights. You see the pitch black building as well as the large sign out front kind of sculpted to say bones to bones, as if part of the letters are made from bone and part of it is just kind of engraved into the sign. It's like this whole thing. You see that there's actually a small line out the front of the door where people seem to be like getting let in slowly, just like a couple at a time. And through the large windows, you can still see the colorful lights that are flashing inside, and you can hear the overwhelming music that is happening somewhere behind those walls. Gore is like just absolutely just trucking his way across the square, swerving a little bit as he goes, kind of serpentine action as Jen kind of pitters up behind the both him and Erithar. She's trying to keep up, but you catch up as well and eventually make it to your party as you reach the line out the door. After a couple moments, you reach the front of the line pretty quickly, and there's this just massive Goliath who is standing there and who has like a leather vest on. And these with Goliath, the facial tattoos or whatever, but it's just 2 black strips under his eyes and nothing else. And he's just standing there.
He plays football.
And he looks...
Also blue. Sorry.
Yeah, no, go
I
ahead.
want you to know this is us going to Sky Bar.
Absolutely. Oh my god. You guys get up to the front and he's standing there and he's staring at the rest of you, towering over all of you, surprisingly. And he's staring at you and he like looks you over one by one. And then like looks down at Jen, who like a little bit, and he goes and just ushers the 4 of you in. As you enter, I would like everyone to imagine just a very intense goth nightclub. I feel like is the best way to describe it. As you walk in, you can see that there are like balconies above where you're not entirely sure where they're connected to the wall or where they're just hanging from chains, which have a couple different tables that people seem to be like dancing at and having drinks. And towards the back of this room, you can see on the back wall of this ginormous nightclub, I can't even really call it a tavern, is a 2-story bar backed with these huge panels of just red stained wood and elaborate like black marble molding. This place is incredibly intense, and as you walk in and get a little bit further into the crowd, you can see that there's a large dance floor off to one side, and up above it there's this like light show happening just suspended in air, as if like spells are going off contained within this one little bubble. Just flashes of like every color in the rainbow starts to just echo, like bounce off the walls and just continue to flash. As you look up a little bit further than that, and you can see around this like 2-story room, is just like a shit ton of like bards all dressed in black and in leather playing on drums and echoing through these huge like almost gramophone type things. The music in here is like almost trance inducing as you step inside. This is a party scene if you've ever seen one.
Hell yeah.
Erithar is like frozen in place, looking around, kind of taking everything in.
At this
Gore
point,
points over the. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
I was about to say, at this point, the world is your oyster in here. It is just, it is stories and stories of just nightclub. So,
Gore goes, we're going to dance! And he starts bringing Arathar over the fucking dance floor.
I don't dance. I don't.
That's too bad!
Gore drags you through the crowds. You bump into a couple people who are fully just, like, lost in the moment. As he drags you over to this large, like, checkered floor dance floor. Like, it's like red and black stone. It's just, this is a lot.
Gore busts a move.
I want you to make a performance check.
Oh god.
Honestly, I just want to see what happens. I would change the music, but I have nothing to change it to.
Sure.
That's a 19.
19. Gore starts breaking it down on the dance floor. Just absolutely going for it. The music is pounding around you, and it's starting to feel like it's sinking into your bones, like the whole room is vibrating with the feeling of the drums and the bass, of just everything. And Arathar, it's hard to keep your vision straight. There is so much happening.
Yeah, I think if Gore isn't like dragging him around, he's probably like up against a wall or something. Not like looking like he's about to, die as he would if he hadn't had any drinks. But he's probably just looking at Gore so his vision can just focus on something. And he's like not like as comfortable swaying as he was back at the tavern, but I think he's like definitely probably trying to at least like tap his foot to do something, and he's definitely trying to adjust.
Mm.
But is also overwhelmed.
Absolutely. You kind of lean back against one of the walls and you can feel the wall vibrating behind you. But you kind of gather yourself. It's still pretty close to the dance floor, but you've backed off slightly. Dodie, you've walked in and watched Gore immediately go party. And Arathar looking as if he is probably about 14 worlds away. But Jen walks in and is like, this is so fucking funny.
I'm gonna go make sure he's alive, and then I'm gonna cut loose for a little
Absolutely. I'm gonna go get another fucking drink. And she walks off.
while. She's gonna go over to the wall where Arathar is. Are you dying?
No. I'm staring at him so I don't forget where he is. I don't think he's easy to lose, but
No, he's
just
pretty
in
hard to
case.
lose. It's a little
This is
mesmerizing.
very out of my comfort zone, but he seemed to want to do it, so
If you want to leave at any point, I have the room key.
it's fine. It's fine.
Will you be okay if I disappear for a little while?
Yeah, I'll be fine. I'm just staring. He has not looked away. He is just staring forward.
Okay, great. She's going to disappear into the crowd.
Absolutely. While that happens, Arathar, if you could give me a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's pretty. Forgot what his con modifier. That's a 15.
15. All right. You end up kind of just staring at Gore, who is having the time of his life right now. I mean, just absolutely breaking it down on the dance floor. Like, other people are, like, seeing the momentum that he's having and being like, yeah, and getting into it with him. At a certain point, after Dodie walks away, you're not entirely sure how much time has passed. It doesn't really feel like time is passing at all, except for the fact that it's passing so much. And at a certain point, you see one of those flashes of light get exponentially brighter, and you look up for a moment, and you just get caught in just the trance space of just watching the light show happen, and you're just staring at it. Like, you're not completely frozen, but it's so mesmerizing, especially with the music, and you can see gore out of the corner of your eye still just absolutely tearing it up, and you just get caught in just this mirage of colors and the light and it's almost blinding at moments, but then it sparkles and it reminds you of a certain spell, and then it reminds you of something else, and then the music starts booming again, and you're staring, and then you're thinking of things, and then you're not thinking of anything, and then you're very aware of your body, and then you're not aware of your body at all, and it's just this whole like circular thing of you just experiencing the space. Dodie, on the other hand, you disappear off into the crowd, yes?
Yeah.
Any particular goals here?
Yeah, she's gonna pull off her scarf, tie it somewhere convenient, roll up her sleeves so her biceps are out, and she's gonna find the most pathetic man possible.
Nice. You kind of begin to walk around a little bit, and you see Jen off at the bar, who has already started a conversation with what looks like 5 different people who look completely enamored with whatever she's saying.
It's like the scene in Brooklyn Nine-Nine when Gina's at the house party and all the
Exactly.
psychiatrists are studying her.
She knew she would never be better than me.
But you begin to walk around for a little while. Make a perception check for me.
19.
19. Nice. You walk around for a little while. At a certain point, you're like across the dance floor, and you look back and see Arathar as if he's just like caught in a trance for a moment, before he kind of like pulls himself together and looks back over at Gore, and then gets pulled back up towards the lights. But you start to peruse the various areas of the bar, eventually making your way at some point up a staircase and up to one of the awnings. It seems to be held up mostly by chains, but it feels pretty sturdy when you step on it. And as you do so, you can see there's a couple groups of people who are more so enjoying the second tier of the bar, which is a little bit quieter.
Nice.
As you walk around, there's a couple people that kind of like say hi to you. There's a couple people who just absolutely look like they do not want to be talked to right now and are just slamming back drink after drink after drink. But you do eventually, as you're walking around, see this one guy who's just kind of off to the side of the bar, like trying to flag down the bartender, but getting absolutely just like shoved out of the way by other people who are trying to order drinks. And so then he gets frustrated and he sits there for a second as the bartender walks away. And the bartender starts to walk back and he tries to flag the bartender down again, and it's this cycle of it not working. As you approach, you can see this appears to be... Hold on. One moment. We're gonna see. We're gonna roll for this.
Oh, no.
If my computer will load. If my computer will load. Yeah. As you start to walk up, you're trying to kind of like get a better look on this person, as they appear to be much shorter than you. Not so short that you're thinking that this person is a halfling, but definitely on the lower side of a human in your comparison, I guess. Probably standing about maybe 5'6". As you walk around, you can see they've got a little bit of a point to their ears, but like just barely, like maybe more on the 1/4 elf side. And kind of rusty brown hair, not fully red, not fully brown, just kind of that weird in-between color that's pulled back into like a short ponytail at the back, but pieces of it are falling out and are just straggled all across his face. And as you kind of walk around the bar, kind of walking as if you're going to go order yourself a drink, you turn and see his glasses on his face are fully at an angle, but he hasn't seemed to notice yet. As somebody knocks into him, and they almost fully fall off his face as he pushes them back up. Just these little wireframe glasses. He's dressed in like a like nearly all black, but there's pieces around like the sleeve, like almost cuff,
where it's like slightly discolored and you're not entirely sure if it's on purpose, but it's like almost like a tie-dye sort of thing, but it's not super noticeable.
Ideal. Thank you. And she kind of target acquired, and kind of sidles up beside him, like laying her arms out on the bar, so they're on display. What's your drink?
At this point, anything. I can't seem to get anybody's attention.
Anything?
Preferably not an ale.
You kind of seem like a rum old-fashioned kind of guy to me.
Honestly, I'll try it.
Right. She puts 2 fingers in her mouth and whistles.
You catch the bartender's attention, and he starts to walk over. This very pale human man with extremely long black hair and way too much eyeliner on walks up. Huh.
Can I get a rum old-fashioned and a lemon drop?
Yeah, alright. And he walks off. And this man next to you just kind of is like, I've been trying for like forever.
Yeah, in a place like this, you've really got to make yourself stand out. High-pitched noises. With you, I don't know. She reaches over and she kind of straightens his glasses out a little bit. Maybe open the shirt a little bit. That might help.
Yeah, probably. That would make sense. Sorry, should I introduce myself? I
I was about to ask, but if you're going to provide it anyway.
It's Asir.
Asir.
Yeah.
Very nice. Is it elfish?
Yeah. Technically.
That sounds like there's a story behind it.
I mean, it's like this whole thing, cause, like, I'm new to the city. I live up here now. I used to live, up a bit further north, but, that wasn't really working out, so, but I think, like, most of my family was from Pyrosana, but, like, we don't really talk to them.
Right.
So, I'm kind of the odd one out with the name. My brother's name is Paul.
I'm laughing, she's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. That sounds like quite the entanglement. Are you from anywhere interesting in the north, or just kind of hither and thither?
About this time, the bartender sets the drinks down for you, and waits for a second for you to put a coin down, and then just immediately walks away.
She puts an entire gold down.
This guy's eyes both technically kind of widen a bit, but the bartender immediately snatches it and walks away before you have time to rethink your offer. Kind of more up towards Binwood. Do you want to, like, sit down?
Sure. Picks up her drink like this. She does like this maneuver. And she goes to find a spot to sit.
Okay. And he walks off with you. I am going to jump back down to Gore, who has been having the time of his life, I would assume.
Yeah.
Anything else happening, or are you just tearing it up?
He's probably just tearing it up. Getting lost.
Absolutely lost in the sauce. After a little bit, you do kind of look over and see Jen has gotten out onto the dance floor at some point. She is still having a conversation with multiple people, but she's also just, like, having, like, a good time with herself. You look over at one point. I'm assuming, Aerithar, you're still kind of doing the same thing?
He I think is a little more. It takes a couple of minutes, but I think he's a lot less distracted by the lights at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's like he notices that every dancer is like doing like their own thing. But if Gord is like, I don't know what kind of dance moves, but he's doing. If he does like, if he like, I don't know, if he does something super crazy, Aerithar will probably like look around, just like laugh, like nervously, and he'll start probably to get a little dizzy at one point, and he'll just probably start going, Gore, 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 Gore. Just louder than that, though. And if Gore can't hear him, probably moves closer into where the insane stuff is happening, and still not looking away from him, so he doesn't just completely get sidetracked. And just if Gore's lost in the sauce, just like taps him on the shoulder, just Gore.
No, what's up?
I think I need to move or my body will fall over. Do you want a drink? I was going to get a drink. Probably. Maybe.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go get a drink. He starts to walk towards the bar.
You both walk over to the bar. You see that there are a couple different bartenders behind it going about grabbing drinks for all of the people. There's quite a bit of crowdedness up at the bar, and after a little bit, somebody eventually makes their way over to you. You see it's a halfling woman with short, like really short, almost like buzzed on the side, black hair, and she's on a chair with like wheels on the bottom, and she like rolls herself down the bar towards you and stops in front of you. What you want?
I'll have your choice. It's gotta be strong, though.
Always.
Yes.
Sweet.
She rolls away. You see her roll like kind of around the corner of the bar as if she's like moving almost on a track. She rolls around to the back and starts to pour something with all of the glass bottles at the back of the bar before she rolls back and sets down a very murky looking drink in front of you. It's almost a greenish color as she just sets down these two really stout glasses and waits for you to put a coin down.
Puts a gold piece on the counter and slides it over.
She snatches it up immediately and rolls away.
-1.
Or Arthur will take it and take like one tiny sip of it. It's probably...
It is the most offensively sour apple flavored thing that you've ever tasted in your life. Except for the fact that after that hit of sour, there's just the taste of just some sort of very earthy alcohol.
Earthy alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
I think, does he need to make a check if he's going to shoot it back? So I think he'll probably stare at it for a really long time and then like close his eyes and try to shoot it back.
Yeah.
Or is that afterwards?
I'd say he can do that. I think maybe to stomach it, considering that is not anywhere near the choice of flavor contents that he would go for, maybe do a little constitution thing for me.
I think that's the same. 15.
15.
Yeah.
You shoot it back, and all of the flavors hit and then evolve and then dissipate a little bit, and you're just like, ugh.
but it's almost immediate that you can feel that other wave of alcohol hit. Whatever that was as strong as could possibly be.
He probably immediately leans over and heaves a little bit, and then just, straightens up and kind of just nods.
Gore pats him on the back. Don't worry, you'll build a tolerance.
I don't know if I will ever repeat tonight. I think something tells me, but maybe, I don't know. If I'm just going to keep following you, it probably will happen.
But we're having so much fun!
A little bit.
Yeah! I think he probably leans over the counter. One more.
She hears you as she's rolling past and eventually brings back another round as she rolls down to give somebody else their drinks as well.
And then leaves another gold coin. -1. And downs it and just watches Arathar.
Oh, does she give us 2?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, yeah, he'll... If I hate you tomorrow morning, you have to convince me not to.
That'd be easy.
Alright. And he stares at it again, and it's a little less amount of time before he downs it, like he did the one before.
Yep, it's just as bad as the first time.
I think while he shoots that, as Awai is watching him, he kind of flags her down and asks for a water.
She eventually puts one down as she's just rolling back and forth making drinks.
And then he hands it to Arathar. Now we're gonna go explore. And he starts just walking in a general direction.
He takes the water very frantically, follows Gore.
Mm-hmm. You two begin to explore, walking up through the different crowds and eventually finding one of the stairwells and walking up onto some of the different awnings and different things. And you see up one of the staircases, you can see across, like on its little ledge where it stops, you can see across directly into one of the little alcoves where part of the band is, and you just stop for a second and get mesmerized by the fact that they are all playing in unison, and it just keeps going. You almost forget for a little bit while you're down in the hubbub of everything that people are currently playing this music, and as you get up there you're just like, oh my god, because they are just going. But if there's anything else you two would like to do while exploring?
There's following Gore, probably grabs his the back of his shirt or something in case there's a crowd to not get lost or trampled.
Mm-hmm.
I think Gore's wandering around, honestly. There's no rhyme or reason. He's the guy that would go exploring.
I love that. Well, while all of this is happening, a conversation has happened between Dodie and Asir. So by this point in the conversation, how do we think things are happening? Because he's mainly just been talking about his boring family life.
Honestly, she's eating that shit up. She is just making him feel like the most special guy in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow, that's so interesting. Oh, wow, really? Oh, tell me more about that. You know, she's twirling her hair.
Mm-hmm.
She's displaying her feminine wiles.
Mm-hmm.
And also, just yes, tell me everything about your sad, pathetic life.
He's, especially the further he gets into his drink, he's definitely leaning into it more and more. And he asks you a couple questions that you manage to kind of skirt around and answer, because he asks you a little bit about your family and you're like, we're not bringing that up. But you manage to kind of weave the conversation back to where you want it to go, and he's just fully just kind of lost in the sauce as well. A different way that Gore is, but he's kind of just like a puppy at this point. He's doing whatever you're kind of pointing in the direction to do.
I think at some point she starts she takes his hand and is really looking at the tie-dye on his cuffs.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's so pretty. Oh wow, that's so special.
He is very flustered by that point. You do at a certain point kind of like look up and see Gore just like absolutely trampsing about some of the different awnings and things like that. And you see Arithar almost being dragged behind him, trying not to get lost in the crowd. And it does kind of almost make you chuckle, but you immediately turn back to whatever's happening, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I'd say for Gore and Arithar at this point, eventually you run into Jen again, who's holding some sort of like piece of like wrapped up parchment. Like something has been like folded and like wrapped up in a piece of parchment, and she's just kind of holding it as she runs into you guys. Oh my god, hey!
Hey, what's that?
Somebody gave me a gift.
No way.
Yeah.
What is it?
I think it's like a jewelry box or something.
That's pretty cool.
Good evening. Just fully 15 seconds late.
Oh yeah, Arthar's here too.
Oh yeah. Hello.
Do you hate me?
No, but I think
you
you're fun to make
dislike me?
fun of.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to yell at you. It was in my mind a long time ago, and you've been very helpful since then, and I apologize. I would gesture, but I think I'd fall over. So I'm sorry. I just don't know if I can take anybody hating me right now. So just, I apologize.
If this is like a flirty drunk, you're really bad at it, but if this is like a sad drunk, I think maybe you should sit down for a little bit.
What are you talking about?
I'm gonna go see if somebody else will give me a gift. And she walks off.
Arithar, I think we need to go sit down for a little bit.
What did I do?
We're gonna go sit down.
You guys find a table and sit down for a little bit, kind of a little bit out of the way, but still fully able to see all of the chaos and everything that is happening over the edge of the kind of like railing.
You have to finish that water.
And he leans against and sits down and just fully chugs the water.
Okay.
I forgot what it tasted like. So
It just tastes like water.
I can just sit here. You could keep exploring. It's fine. I think if I sit here and I stay in the same place and stare at the ground, it will be fine.
We're not supposed to split up.
We're not. You did say that. You did say that, didn't you? That's one of your big things.
Yeah, we did lose Dodie though. It is what it is.
Yeah, she can take care of herself though. She's pretty manageable.
Yeah, she'll be alright. She got God on her side or something. I don't know.
Were you being honest with me when you said that you're okay with Dodie? Do you hate her? Do you dislike
she's
her?
alright.
I don't want you to dislike her because I don't know. I don't know many people, and I think I like you, and I like her, and if the two of you don't like each other, that's just a problem. It was fine. We were fine, and then the serial killer happened, and everything's been different. And it's just I've had to be a middleman, and I just want everything to be normal.
Yeah, she's alright.
I'll believe you, because you said you're not a liar, so I'll choose to believe you.
She's like a good co-worker, like a close co-worker.
She is very reliable. I think that her employers probably did her dirty because she's very hard-working, but she didn't have a lot of work to do. So it seems.
Yeah, I couldn't work a desk job.
You don't seem the type.
I would
You
rather
need sleeves in a
die.
desk job.
Ugh. Yeah, no thanks.
I worked a desk job. You would hate it. It's just you're just stationary all day.
Yeah, what? Yeah, you were like... I don't remember. What did you do at the desk?
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a scientist. I was a researcher. They just had me in at a desk and I studied things and I that's what I did all day.
Yeah, it's boring.
I didn't think so. I still don't really think so. At least it's not dangerous. Well, that depends on what department you're in, but
Yeah, but dangerous is fun.
I don't see. I just feel like I disagree about that. But
Nah,
that
it's
makes
fun.
sense for you.
Yeah.
You really can keep it. You can break your split up rule once. It's fine. You see,
What?
I don't. I think if I walked in here before I had wine, I would want to kill myself. And I'll probably want to kill myself tomorrow in a video game. But I'm pretty. It's okay.
I'm
It's
not
a
gonna
little-
lie with you. My hype is starting to die down.
How did you want to leave?
Maybe.
Should we tell
probably-
Josie that we'll leave?
We probably should. Let's go look for her.
You begin to start maneuvering your way through the club again. I'm assuming the conversation with Osir has gone on a little bit further.
Yeah.
And eventually, you have lost sight of where Gore and Erithar are in the club because you honestly don't really care that much. Whatever's happening right here is much more interesting, as this guy seems to, as the conversation goes on, seems to keep tripping over himself more and more and more.
Yeah.
And the flush and kind of blushing spots on his face get a little bit darker and a little bit darker each time.
Yeah. After a while, I think she kind of directs the conversation more toward like, have you ever been in this tavern before? Do you maybe want to show me around with the intention of finding a dark corner?
Yeah, I think after you kind of like start to steer the conversation that way, and he starts to kind of like get the hint. He's like, "Oh well, I'm like still kind of new to the city, so I've only been here like once or twice. But like I think if we go like up a floor again, there's like a cool view of everything."
Oh, that sounds great.
Cool. He starts to lead you up the stairs and over to where there's like a little seating area that like nobody is sat at. But he kind of just like leads you in and sits down. But I'm assuming that she kind of starts to play a little bit more of her game.
The moves.
Yeah. And starts to see what can happen before eventually Gore and Erithar, I would love for you guys to make perception checks at disadvantage.
Absolutely.
Please.
Oh my god, that's amazing. 30 20 at disadvantage.
God damn.
One of them is an 18, one of them is a 16.
Well, that's not as good for Gore. That's gonna be a 4.
Yeah, Gore, you're like, and you're walking around. You guys eventually make it over to a staircase at one point.
Gore's still looking for pink.
Oh, absolutely. You're scanning the crowds, looking for anything that stands out, and nearly everybody is dressed in black or has dark colors on, and there's so many flashing lights, and at one point you look up and get blinded like a flashbang by a like huge like explosion of light that just happens directly in front of your face. As Erithar, you're kind of like starting to like weave up through like the upper areas, and eventually kind of almost like at this point reversing it, dragging Gore along with you, you get over to a staircase at one point and start to make your way up and get about halfway up the staircase where you catch one very solid glimpse of Dodie and some random scraggly looking dude on a couch and immediately recognize what's happening.
He stops and he turns Gore around as best as he can and goes, where is the exit? Walk towards the exit.
We have to tell Dodie where we're going!
No! Gore! Miss Dodie has found herself a gentleman consort for the evening.
What?
To leave.
At this moment, Dodie, I would love for you to make a perception check as well.
I can't stress enough that she has the tavern room key.
Oh my god!
She locked up.
No, she hasn't! Oh my.
Fucking funny.
I would love to see if Dodie sees this. If you could please make a perception check for us.
I don't remember anything about the key. Because I don't think Aranthar does. Oh no, because she took it off of his pants!
Yeah.
That's a natural 20.
You were having a pretty decent time, letting stress roll off, enjoying the almost game nature of this, and just kind of feeling the new hair, feeling everything about it, new place, new city, no more looming crown authority, and you just hear, Gort, no! No, you can't, we have to go that. And then whisper yelling, Dodie, and you hear this in the distance and know immediately what's happening.
She shoves it way out of her mind, and she just honestly at this point is going in for the kill.
Yep. So, while Dodie is choosing to ignore this kerfuffle, what are the two of you doing? Because I would love to know how this plays out.
Just leading him down as he's explaining this, trying to get him to...
Arathar, how are we?
We have to go across the street, I think. It's one across the street.
Okay.
They're just kind of, I assume kind of leading each other kind of down the stairs.
Yep. You guys managed to make it all the way out of the club and across the street and over to the tavern, which has slightly wound down from where it was, but still seems to be going at a pretty decent pace. It's a much quieter atmosphere in comparison to what you just came from, and your ears are both of your sets of ears are still kind of ringing a little bit, but you continue on further and eventually start to both stumble, lean on each other, fall against the railing, make your way up the stairs. It takes you quite a while to fully make it up the stairs all the way to the 5th floor, but you do make it eventually.
He's gonna go up to the door and try to open it.
And it's locked.
He starts feeling around his pockets.
He fully starts laughing.
Arathar, somebody stole the keys.
I think Dodie brought up Mr. Sapphire earlier. She probably took them from you.
Oh no! I told you we should got Dodie.
It was her business. It's a private matter. He's gonna knock on the door.
Okay. You start knocking on the door as Gore is fully slumped against the wall. And you just kind of keep knocking, and you're not really realizing that you're just continuously knocking for a minute, until eventually the door opens right before your fist is about to hit it, and you see Sapphire, who's just like,
Thank you, and he kind of just pushes past Sapphire. The door was locked. Dodie has the key. She took the key from Gore.
Yeah, she's doing adult activities instead of giving us the keys. And he's gonna stumble to his bed.
Business. Thank you. You can go back to sleep now. Thank you.
and he just turns and walks back to his room. Gore, you walk over and flop down onto the bed. I'm assuming near immediately passing out.
Yeah.
And Arathar, you make your way over to your bed, I'm assuming, as well.
Yeah, he turns, he locks the door. It takes him probably about 30 seconds, and he'll go over and probably also flop down, but also kind of pulling the covers over.
You both eventually fall asleep into a very, very deep alcohol-induced sleep. Probably the deepest sleep that either of you have had in a very long time, it feels like. But across the street, Dodie, I'm not entirely sure how long you intend to stay out.
Not overnight. She is sticking to her usual MO, which is meet them, hook up, get the fuck out before anybody has time to get unconscious.
Makes sense. You're out for probably a while longer. It's refreshing to be able to go to a new place and do new things and not feel so much impending doom surrounding it. And at a certain point, the noise of the club in your ears is getting a little grating, but on top of everything else, on top of just the ability to do things on your own terms, is just great. And a couple drinks, and just feeling just less on the just wound up tight nerves, and this dude is pathetic, and it's just great. So you have a pretty good time. You have no idea where Jen ran off to, and at this point, you're not worried whatsoever, and you know where the other ones are. And so you thoroughly enjoy your night. Before I'm assuming eventually making your way back to the room, quietly opening the door, seeing that Gore has passed out face down on the bed, spread eagle, room door not closed, just fully just bleh, right across the ginormous sized bed. But you as well, I'm assuming, make your way over to your bed, setting your stuff down. Gore has fallen asleep kind of sideways across the bed, and you can see him from your bed, so you just kind of close the door on your room. And you get a night's sleep as well. So, I believe that's everybody. So you all can take a long rest.
It's the longest day ever, oh my god.
Honest to God, bar crawl was not on my bingo card for tonight.
It
but
was
I think
great,
they
though.
needed it.
That was amazing.
So I do have more session if we want to keep going, but if we want to just call this and have it be bar night, that also works. I don't know how tired you guys are, because I know we're dealing with different time zones.
Yeah.
I am off tomorrow. So
Lucky dog. I'm good.
I could maybe go for another hour, and I don't know how that lines up with what you have planned.
I think we can go a bit further, and then there's a pretty decent stopping point. Yeah. I think I've got a decent stopping point a little bit further ahead, and that way we're not going too late, because there is a lot to see in this city if you so wish. So, all of you, Jen supposedly as well, get a full night's sleep, and eventually start to wake up. Some of you feeling more rested than others, at surprisingly not the crack of dawn. For once, you're not on a trail, or you're not having this just immense sense of getting up and getting moving as quickly as possible, having still the sense of the alcohol consumed before. You eventually start to all wake up at a relatively decent hour in the morning, some of you groaning from your heads a little bit more than others. But does anybody think that they'd wake up first?
I think probably being the least hungover, she probably will.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Continue.
I move out to sleep. Like, yeah.
Yeah. You wake up. You can see the light coming in through the small, like, slatted window, and you roll up the door to your room, which is still a strange motion to do. But you walk out into the main part of the suite, and you can see that Saphael is already out of his room and has sat down on one of the couches and looks like he's still kind of like half asleep, dozing off, but is still just staring out the window.
How's it going?
Good morning.
Morning. How's your head?
Surprisingly not bad.
Hey, that's something.
I think I got just inebriated enough to become extremely tired.
You know what? That's probably like the best case scenario for the first time. So,
I woke
Good.
up at some point
mhm.
to them just banging on the door.
That's my fault. I still had the key, and I didn't come back with them.
I noticed your absence and the very slurred speech that I feel like I can kind of put together from what I remember, but I was mostly just trying to decipher if I was still dreaming or not, or if I was dreaming. Waking up suddenly is not...
It's not pleasant.
No. Now I'm just staring at this. It just keeps going.
Yeah. I've never seen anything this big before.
Like, the views from the castle are one thing. You can, the fucking capital.
Sure.
It's just... Look at that building. That building is attached to the side of that other building, but it's not attached to the ground.
That's really weird.
I don't know what to make of that.
I mean, as far as building attachments that aren't technically attached to anything goes, I feel like maybe you do know what to make of that.
Yeah, like, I feel like when it comes to, like, arcane means, like, if we were in, like, a wizard town, or a sorcery town, or something like that, I'd be like, oh yeah, it makes sense. Fucky magic shit. But it
I think
looks...
they've got a little bit of everyone here, though.
Yeah, it just... See, like, look at it from this angle. Doesn't it look like it's being held up by one post of wood?
Yes, it looks like it's being held up by one post of wood.
It's a very strange town.
Do you want to explore it?
Somewhat? I
We'll
do,
focus on what we...
but I...
Okay.
Yes.
Do your new clothes fit?
Yes. And he kind of motions down. Pretty decent. Right?
Good.
Good enough.
Yeah.
Not blood-stained.
Not covered in your father's blood.
Yes, I will be keeping that one doublet, though, if I could get that cleaned at some point. It's just very nice.
It's beautiful.
It's amazing what you can snatch through mirrors.
What a thing to say. Should I wake them?
I was about to say, I feel like at this point you hear just the slow opening of Erithar's door. And he steps out and he starts to walk past Gore's room and stops and he grabs either something off of his room floor, a dirty piece of clothes, or something off of Gore's room floor and just throws it at Gore to wake him up. And then walks past Saphiel's bedroom towards where the baths are.
Mm-hmm. You
He's going to go take.
You walk past
A shorter
where Dodie and Saphiel are just kind of sitting on the couch. You just walk completely in front of the couch past them and over to the opposite door, opening it up and walking back into the baths. As Gore, you get pelted in the face by like a pillow that fell off a chair.
Anything.
He just raises like Terminator, just. And then just stands up and grabs his other change of clothes and goes into the spring.
Mm-hmm. You walk past as well as Dodie. You're just sitting there with Saphiel, just watching this unfold. Gore, you like stumble a bit when you get to the doorway as you almost like hit your shoulder on it and have to like be careful not to hit your head on the top of the frame as you just continue on. It was quite funny to see them stumble in last night, now that I think about it. I don't quite remember much of it because, like I said, half asleep.
Right.
But
It was pretty funny watching them stumble around the bar, so...
makes sense.
Yeah.
I slept. And
Good.
I
That's what you
didn't
deserve.
dream, I don't think. Or I don't remember my dream. Either way.
That's... For me, that's always a good thing.
It's like sometimes, you know, a normal dream, whatever. Sometimes dream, it's too much.
I
feel
don't know
like-
what I would have done if I'd come home last night and had a prophetic dream. I think I would have cried.
Yeah, I feel like your dreams are probably substantially more than my dreams. Since I assume things are going to still work the same way as they were before in receiving messages other ways. But still, sometimes there are dreams, and they aren't...
Hasn't.
They're just complicated.
I don't know that I've ever had a dream that wasn't a vision.
It's not very fun.
No. I watched a star version of you snuff out a lot of times.
I don't like that.
Fine, you're here now. Did you, like, ears to see if Jen, like, made it back?
You look over, and you see the door to Jen's room is partially closed, and before it wasn't at all closed, so seems like it. Not entirely sure how she got in,
Who knows?
But-
She's Jen.
knowing her, she found a way.
Yeah.
Erithar, Gore, you take the time to freshen up and try to become a person, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Erithar changing into your new set of clothes. It's, instead of being a full turtleneck this time, it's kind of this long sleeve, super dark blue colored shirt with these kind of underneath the sleeve, these stripes of dark purple that run down with 2 buttons at the top. It's not quite a full collar, but it's just slightly more, slightly less casual than like just a plain like long sleeve t-shirt. It's definitely a step down in terms of flounce from the shirt that you're putting away, but it's still not just a plain black shirt.
Yeah. He'll put it on and he'll step out to where the spring is and probably sees Gore spinning around again.
Just
kinda
ever
looks
so
at-
slowly.
Kind of looks at him and nods and walks out. Back to where Jody and Sapphire are.
Mhm.
Gore will probably tidy up soon after.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This was a good choice. Thank you.
Thanks. Seem to be in your color palette.
It is.
How bad does your head hurt right now?
We're not going to speak about it right now. We're going to wait until after coffee and after food. Miss Jen said she found a breakfast place.
Yeah.
No. Makes sense. Did you get back all right? I don't remember
Here.
some things. I remember that we didn't come back with you. So
I stayed a little bit longer. But
right.
I very clearly made it back safe.
It does seem like a foolish question in retrospect. Continue.
Oh, I was about to say, by the time, I didn't know if the conversation was continuing. I was going to say, by the time Gore gets back, you're kind of walking within the room before you hear the door to Jen's room just get thrown open, and she stumbles out a little bit, and kind of standing within the doorway. Half of her hair is still up in the, now in a bun, and half of it has fallen out, and she's holding a pillow and just staring at the rest of you. Right.
Good morning, Jen.
Yeah, it's morning, right?
I think so.
Yes.
Sweet. We can still hit that breakfast place. Oh, shit. You guys want to see what I got? She turns back and walks into her room and then comes back out with several things and just sets them down on the coffee table. Yeah, so somebody gave me this jewelry box. And somebody gave me their earrings. I'm not entirely sure why, but I also, where is it? Oh, here it is. And she pulls out what looks to be like an empty leather wallet. I also stole this wallet.
Was there stuff in it before?
There was, like 4 pieces of silver that I put back in his pocket because I really just wanted the wallet.
It's a nice wallet.
Yeah, right? It's got the little drawstring at the top for the coins.
Yeah.
It's got a little
Cute.
pad of paper in here. She, like, flips it open. It's like a pad of paper with a little piece of charcoal and then, like, a string bag for the coins that kind of all folds together into a wallet. I thought it was cool.
That's cool. Hello.
But I'm gonna go, like, get dressed or whatever. And she picks up her stuff and walks off. The 3 of you are kind of left to, I'm assuming, get your things together.
Yeah.
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 Gore's gonna tidy his things and then do his little exercising.
Mm-hmm.
Don her armor, put her hair up. Get ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Grabs his bag, kind of folds some of his clothes and leaves them in a pretty normal place in the room, kind of out of the way, and closes the door.
Mm-hmm. You eventually all gather back in the center of the room. Jen eventually joining the rest of you as she gets her bag together and kind of slings it over her shoulder. Okay. Yeah, I need coffee. And she just walks out of the room.
Come on, hungover people. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Follow.
You all begin to make your way back into the city. And Jen leads you for, honestly, not too long of a walk before she kind of turns down a side alley, and you can see just like, almost like what I would describe as like a drive-through window sticking out the side of of one of the buildings here in this alley, and she just walks up to it
and slides the window open. It's kind of like a wooden slat window. She just slides it open and just stares for a second. Do you guys have any like preferences for like what you want, or just like whatever?
No.
Me.
Okay. I'm just gonna order
Protein,
shit.
very sweet coffee.
All right. Eventually, you hear somebody walk up behind the window, and she starts to speak to them in a language that you guys don't quite understand. And eventually, she like takes a piece of parchment that has a number on it, and she begins to walk down the rest of the alley. You begin to follow her, and as she turns around the corner of the alley, you see there's like a little like patio seating area just tucked behind these buildings, and there's a couple other people sitting there eating, and she puts the piece of parchment on the table and then just slumps down.
It's a pretty hole in the wall.
Yeah, but you gotta fucking try this food, it's so good. You guys sit down, and pretty quickly, somebody comes out and begins to set down cups of coffee for everyone, as well as a dish of sugar cubes just directly into onto the table, and then walks back to, assumingly, go prepare food. She is just stirring her coffee, just kind of staring at it a little bit. Very clearly still waking up.
So we're gonna go scope out the magic corner. Whatever it's
Yes.
called.
The Magi Botanica. Yes.
Yes. See if we can lay eyes on a short pony man.
Yes, I also, Gore.
Yeah, what's up?
I wanted to see if I could find someone, perhaps, while we were there, to just take a closer look at that so-called anti-scrying thing that you traded for, just to make sure that everything's par for the course with it.
Yeah, I got a few things I want to get looked at.
I just know that that's on your person, so. It's yours.
I also want to get rid of this. Holds up a giant ruby.
You want to get rid of it?
Yeah, why would I want it?
There was a spell that only I can cast in this group that can bring someone back from the dead. So for some reason, if one of us should die, I need a diamond or a jewel of some sort.
Can you check the spell to
What?
see if it specifies exactly diamond?
I'm pretty sure it is a diamond.
Yeah.
Is it a diamond?
It's like
Yeah.
a diamond worth 1,000 gold pieces or something.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, you might be able to trade, I don't know. But I think it's...
Hold on. I thought it was like... Sorry, I don't ever use this spell, so... Yeah,
haven't had a need
diamonds.
to so far.
Knock on
No,
wood.
not really. Well, it's technically a diamond, but if we could try to trade it for a diamond, that might be feasible.
I
That's
guess
just
it's
in case one.
downgrade.
That's in case one of us dies. Gore. If
Ah.
one of us dies and we don't have a diamond, you're dead for good.
Get somebody else to do it.
I would not.
I don't think that's how that works.
No. It's not. Please, if we could just, as we're perusing, see if it can be done. If it can't be done, then do whatever you want with it. Please.
Okay.
I think if one of us died, it would make for a very bad time.
I would rather it not happen. But that's just in case it does.
Well, I'm not planning on dying, so.
Is anybody
feel
ever
like-
planning on dying?
Some people.
About this time, food gets brought out and set down, and you can see there's large portions of like scrambled eggs and bacon and sausage, as well as like full, like really fluffy looking biscuits, and a little pot of jam and a little pot of butter, as well as like a side of gravy. It's just like a full breakfast type moment. As it gets set down plate by plate by plate, as well as one final plate, measly looking plate of a couple pieces of fruit. Just kind of chopped up, almost like a impromptu fruit salad, just kind of set down as well. And then the server walks back into this building, and you're left again in the alley with now a lot of food.
They eat the food.
Yeah, they eat.
Down the hatch.
That's some pretty fucking good breakfast, if I do have to say. Those biscuits are fresh. Jen makes like a little sandwich out of her biscuit and kind of builds it up and then just fucking chows down on it. But you finish up. Gore, I'm assuming once everybody else has had their fill, just scraping the rest of the plates into your mouth.
Yup.
But Jen kind of stacks up the empty plates and pushes them to the center of the table. I'm assuming we just want to, like, get going.
Yes.
Alright.
Yes.
Okay, we gotta go across town a little bit, but it's, like, not too far. So. You all begin to make your way across town now. Are you guys keeping an eye out at all while you walk? Any conversations happening? Anything you're looking out for in particular, store-wise? Just as you walk, if there's anything.
I'm looking for that crying guy again.
Fair. I feel like that's understandable.
But mostly just keeping a general eye out.
I make a perception check just in general if anything stands out more.
Mhm.
And also maybe Merrick's if we're walking, but you know, that's a 23.
Alright.
It's 16 from me.
Alright, same. Well, that's a 7.
That was some... You didn't really chew it very much, but just the texture of the bacon was quite memorable. And you're just kind of like, I wish there would have been more of that. And you get a little distracted. As well, your head still kind of hurts. The coffee definitely helped. Once you let it cool down enough that you could just dump it into your mouth. But you follow behind everybody else. Dodie, Airthar, remind me one more time.
16.
16.
23.
23, okay. You all continue walking through the streets. Now that it's the morning, things have calmed down a little bit. There's no more fireworks, there's no more large crowds of drunk people stumbling by, but there still is the general hubbub that happens within these market streets. At a certain point, you do end up on one of those streets that goes over a building, and that is quite the sight to see as you crest up over the top of basically this hill and can look down on this entire sector of the city for a moment. The view is very strange, but you slope down the other side and continue walking. In the distance, you can see Hawk and Barter, Dodie, from where you were the night before, but you kind of curve past that. You see, as you start to walk, both Aerithar and Dodie, you see where there is suddenly a large string of what look to be forges and blacksmiths for a while, as well as surrounding looks to be like armories and different things like that. But you continue to walk past it and down towards where the buildings start to get a little bit closer together again. Aerithar, you start to kind of keep an eye out around you for everything. So far, nobody really seems to be standing out in particular. You do keep, like, looking down every once in a while to see if you see a small pony man prance by, but so far, no such luck. You're walking a little bit further, Jen kind of saying, like, how many blocks away you guys are, before Dodie, you start to hear something within your head.
Oh, God.
And you hear, just checking in? I don't know if you've, made it to the city so far. Was planning to get out of here sometime soon, but of course, full honesty, and I would, want to help you in any way that I can. And this is Merrick's, by the way. I don't know if I said that. I probably should have led with that, and he kind of trails off, and the message just kind of ends. You slap your arms out, stopping Gore and Erithar to either side of you.
Meet us near the Magi's Botanica, or whatever. Walking there now. Thank you for reaching out. Okay. Fuck. And she's gonna leave it there.
Was that him?
That was him.
Oh my god!
Perfect timing.
Amazing. All right. That's good.
Yay.
He's not an idiot. That's good.
He was just very drunk when you called him.
Yeah.
You can understand why now.
Yeah.
You all pick back up and continue walking towards the Magi Botanica. It's a little bit longer of a walk still, before eventually you see where the streets kind of start to make a little bit more sane patterns, and you start to see actual distinct buildings instead of large conglomerate messes of wood and stone. And as you do so, you start to see where each building here, very luckily, is labeled with the shop name, and some of them have their own little patio outside, and it's actually a part of the city that is starting to make sense. Of course, beyond that, directly behind a lot of these buildings is another mess and conglomerate of buildings and things meshed together and streets over stuff, but for once, this one strip seems to be relatively normal. Jen kind of walks up and gestures. There's like a ton of shit here, and it goes on for like quite a while that way, and the alleys behind it also have a bunch of shops and stuff like that, so like I don't know like where and specifically you guys are like looking, but like unless you guys like need help or anything, I'm probably just gonna start window shopping.
You're gonna be able to tell me what things do.
Probably one of those over there, and she points down, kind of like, I guess, down a block. A lot of them are like kind of similar, so.
Probably where I'm gonna go first.
Alright, have fun. I'll meet you guys back over here, or like whatever, sometime. I'm not sure. I'll probably keep an eye on you guys. I'm just gonna go window shop or whatever. I don't know. Maybe real shop. I don't know. And she walks off. The four of you are left in place again as Saphael has kind of just trailed behind all of you, now no longer pulling the cloak down as far as he can over himself and actually allowing himself to like fully tourist style just at everything that he sees, just gawking. But the three of you
Besides,
are standing here. Sorry,
go ahead.
continue.
No, you're good. Besides looking into the specifics of that one item, I'm not really interested in doing anything. Go, you said you had some things you wanted to do.
Yeah, I want to get some things checked out.
So, did you have to do anything?
No. I've been thinking lately that if I got some kind of magic on my axe, it would make life easier, but I'm not going to press it if we don't have time.
I mean, we're here, and it might take Mr. Merrick's a while to find us, so do we want to split 2 and 2, or do we all just want to go around together?
Maybe we shouldn't split up.
Makes more sense, but...
Yeah.
So he's gonna, if Gore's headed a certain way, I guess we'll
venture over that way.
All right. You guys start to walk down the street a little bit, kind of where Jen had pointed. If I could get an investigation check, I would assume, from somebody to try to start to pick out
me.
helpful places according to names
I will
and
make
window
an investigation
displays.
check.
This is never going to focus, ever, is it?
It's a 15.
15? All right.
Mhm.
You start to walk around a little bit. I need to pull up the shops that are here. One moment. Sorry about that. Here we go. You said 15?
Mm-hmm.
As you walk around, you can see there's a couple like more themed shops, as well as a couple that look to be a little bit more, useful for the current circumstances. You do pass a shop as you're kind of walking, and you kind of note it out to Dodie, called The Myth of Smith, which looks to be a blacksmith of some sort, but it's in the magic sector, so you're assuming that maybe there's also some enchanting that goes on there. But that one sticks out to you first, since it's very distinctive, and you can see kind of across the edge of the building where kind of the forge is within it. You keep walking a little bit further, and you see at one point there's like a very thin building with kind of curtains in front of it that just says the Soothsayer on it, and you think that's probably not where you're trying to go. But you continue on a bit further and see one that's called Genius in a Bottle that looks to be all potions. Walking a little bit further, you see one called the Winged Basilisk, which looks to be more of a standard kind of magic shop, though it's quite small. And walking kind of in between all that, kind of looking around as you do, kind of trying to take in everything that's happening here, you do see one that says Grand Eldest Worm Emporium for the Fanciful.
Yes.
Which, kind of comparing to everything else, is probably the largest shop here, but that and the Winged Basilisk look more standard for the type of items that you're going for, aside from the smith.
Yeah, he kind of points at the smith to Dodie. That's, if you want enchantments, that might be the best place over there.
Yeah.
And he points at the Winged Basilisk. I can't talk. And the worm one. If you're looking to identify things, those two might be the best. One's smaller though than the other. Up to you.
Let's start at the smaller one.
Alright.
You walk down towards this smaller building and begin to step inside. It's like the door is propped slightly open, and as you pull it back, the bell on it rings slightly, and you step in. You can see there's a couple different sections within this small shop. The carpet kind of muffles the sound of your footfalls as you enter, and you all kind of have to spread out within the shop a little bit, as it is pretty small, and you are all quite large. As you begin to walk through the aisles, you see a lot of different types of items, though they all appear to be more on the simpler side. You do see at the back, though, what takes up most of this space is a very large, multiple aisle display of armor. It seems that the front part of this shop is more of the kind of normal magic items, and at the back there is just like probably about 5 rows of just armor. You can see back past that there is like a counter and a doorway into like the back room or whatever, but you don't see anyone immediately standing around.
She kind of drifts toward the armor section, just letting her eyes glaze across all the pretty shinies.
Would you like to look around at any of it? Make a check.
Sure.
Also, if anybody else is looking at things within the shop.
Of course, just going to the counter, standing there.
He'll probably look at things near the counter, but is like listening in because he's nosy.
Make a perception check for me.
Yeah. Oh. That's a 12.
Okay. Dodie, did you make a check?
Not 20 plus 5.
Nice. You begin to peruse the aisles of armor, walking back and forth, and seeing quite a few very interesting items. There are almost several different sets in several different colors of half-plate armor. There's hide armor. You walk past one that's like full scale mail. It's like set up on a mannequin, so it's fully displayed. And as you walk past it, it seems to like almost glimmer in different colors as you walk past that, as if it's slightly reflective with something else. You walk past a couple really large, studded belts and gauntlet sets that are scattered about, as well as a couple kind of lighter pieces of armor. It's all kind of scattered about. Some of the pieces almost look like exact copies of others, but some of them are put up on higher shelves and they seem to be a bit more reflective. You do walk past one set of folded over and neatly displayed chainmail that has this interesting blue tint to the metal. It doesn't seem to reflect as much as the others, but the metal itself is more of I would describe it as a steel blue. You know what I mean? And at the
Is there
top,
any kind of
I was gonna say at the top of where the front piece of the chainmail, there is a small, almost like a flattened piece of metal, as if part of the chain was flattened into one piece that looks like it has the image of a wave on it.
Is there any kind of card or anything close by?
There does appear to be, if you kind of shift the armor back a little bit, there's a card that's stuck under the armor.
She's gonna kind of keep it in the back of her mind, but kind of drift back toward the counter because she's also nosy.
By this point, you're assuming either owner or main shopkeep of this establishment walks out, and you see a very, very, very old human man who is completely bald on the top with little patches of white hair and a cane, with one kind of monocle eyeglass that kind of walks out and sees you guys standing there and looks between all of you fully shaking as he walks, and then walks up to the counter. Well, how can I help you?
Okay.
I got a question for you.
All right.
If I gave you some stuff, would you be able to tell me what they do in the magical sense?
If it's armor, probably.
What if it's not armor?
My son's more in charge of the front section, but he's not in today. You got a question about armor or a weapon of some sort, I can answer you that, though.
Unfortunately, I use neither one of those things, but thank you.
Well, if
He
you ever
starts to
change
walk
your
towards the
mind,
door.
I got great deals on a couple different things.
He's just walking towards the door.
You turn and start to leave.
Yeah.
The four of you exit the store, kind of looking back as you as the door closes. You hear, "Come back anytime!" And the door closes behind you.
You will walk towards the worm.
I like anything with worm in the name.
Grand Eldest Worm Emporium for the Fanciful.
Yeah.
You begin
Bit of a mouthful.
to walk across the street back over to this larger building. Do that a little bit. There we go. Have everything pulled together. As you walk up, you can see it's kind of like a double door situation where one is propped up and the other one seems fully closed. And as you look down to see what it's propped up with, it is just like this large piece of like... At first you want to say it's like a rock, but then the longer you look at it, it looks like just like a hunk of snow, which makes no sense, considering it is not the temperature for that. And how is it holding the door open? It's just a whole thing. But you do open the door and walk inside. And as you do so, you can see it is a much larger space than the area that you just came from. It's kind of set out in this kind of almost long rectangular area with two kind of smaller rooms kind of back off to the sides. It seems that most everything up here is either displayed on shelves or in these couple rows of like shorter shelving units. And then behind that, there is a large glass cabinet in front, kind of like a U-shaped cabinet, in front of a doorway, completely covered in just the most gaudy, colorful, embroidered fabric you've ever seen in your life. As you step in, you can see that the shop is kind of split up into different sections as well, kind of seemingly making sense, except for when you start to look back towards the other side rooms, where it seems that everything is just jam-packed in there with no regard for what is what. As if looking through those sections, you just go elbow deep, just churning through shit. But up here, it seems to be a little bit more organized. It's a little haphazard, but definitely easier to walk around. So.
Okay. He's gonna walk up there and just stand.
All right. Dodie, Arithar, are you looking at anything while he waits?
I think he's gonna see the packed full shelves and just impulsively kind of start looking through things.
Mm-hmm. Make an investigation check for me.
Oh,
17.
that's a natural one.
Yeah.
Oof.
Hold on. Okay. Oh, my dice. Okay, there we go. Okay. What was yours, Arithar?
17.
Yes. You begin to start to look through these shelves, kind of walking past this main area and back towards one of these side rooms where you see, as you kind of step through this kind of doorway, hall, corner thing, and off into the side room, how much larger this room was than you were expecting it, and how much smaller it feels because of how much stuff is in here. Shelves floor to ceiling of stuff, as well as large crates that are just kind of strewn about that have stuff in it as well, and towards the back, a very large, what I can only describe as a treasure chest, just plopped in the middle of the floor. You begin to start rooting through things, I'm assuming, glancing along the shelves where you can see, like, just... If you weren't in a magic shop, you would think everything on these shelves was just some random knick-knack from some dead relative's house, you know? But then you get along a little bit further and you see entire shelves full of like teeny tiny like little glass bottles into like large, what almost look like jug bottles filled with liquid, and a couple like potion sets that come in their own little carrier, and just all of this stuff on these shelves. And you go back over to some of the crates and start to look through that as well, and can see that there's stuff just thrown in here. And then behind one of the crates, as you start to pull up on this helmet, just this full like medieval style helmet, you just pick it up and kind of place it down off the way. You look down and see the rest of this crate is just
full of scrolls. Just chocked full of scrolls.
He's gonna look for specifically a sending scroll again.
You start to dig through that. Do you want me to say any of the other ones that are in there, or just sending scroll?
Yeah, you can.
You start to dig through. You do find a sending scroll. It's actually quite easy to find one in this ginormous pile. You also find a scroll of alarm, a scroll of comprehend languages, a scroll of daylight, a scroll of dominate beast, a scroll of heat metal, and a scroll of force cage.
He'll take the force cage and the sending one, just
Okay.
because I've never heard of force cage.
I'm going to write that down so I don't forget. All right. You kind of pick those up and continue to walk around a little bit. There's just so many items scattered about. And if you want to look at any of them specifically, you did roll high enough I can explain some of them to you. But if you're kind of just going for scrolls...
If you can come back to me if you want to do gore first.
All right. Yeah, Dodie, you rolled a 1, right?
Yeah.
You walk in, and this is a lot of stuff. You kind of walk back towards the room with Erithar and are just immediately distracted by this little statuette of a cat
Sure.
that has... It's like one of the only things in the room with a price tag in front of it, and it says 5,000 gold. And you are just... You completely forget about everything else that you were doing in this room as you just stare at this for a moment, thinking, what in the good gods could this cat statue do for 5,000 gold? Gore, on the other hand, is standing at the counter, I'm assuming, yes? Just kind of staring at the gaudy fabric hanging over the door, yes?
Yeah.
You
Just waiting.
You do look down at one point and see that there is like a bell on the counter.
He's gonna ring it.
You kind of ring it for a moment and it kind of echoes out, and it continues to ring a little bit longer than when you had pressed it. You're just kind of standing there for a second, and you're still staring towards the curtain, expecting it to move. And you hear something shift, like, near you, and you, like, kind of, like, focus your eyes again and look back up towards the curtain before the curtain doesn't move, but something suddenly appears in front of your vision, as rising up from behind the counter, suddenly, there's just this shape.
Oh my god!
You are now face to face with what looks to be a puppet. Like a woven worm with strange, kind of off-kilter, googly eyes. And it's just directly in front of your face now.
You've killed me.
Nobody's ever ready.
No. It's a new one.
Hi.
This thing starts
You're
to almost screech into your face, and you're startled for a second as you feel the sound come out of this puppet's mouth, and you immediately start to look down to see if there's a person behind the puppet, and you see as the body of this puppet just continues down and curls around behind the bottom of the counter and disappears behind the curtain. And as this creature starts to directly in front of your face, and you're startled and taken aback for a moment. You start to see words appear in your vision as if they're just coming out of nothing, directly beneath whatever this creature's face is, as it says, "Yeah, hi, how can I help you?"
We're in a fucking manga panel. If okay. If I have magical things, can you tell me what they do?
Yeah, probably. If I can't, my wife can.
Oh god. Okay, sick. He's also Blue. I found another item. Sorry.
Okay.
It was in my notes. I have. Hold on. Where are they? Caught me so off guard. Okay, he's going to bring out the glass cube and put it on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
He's gonna take off his necklace, put it on the table. The ring, the tiger eye pendant. Yeah, I think that's it.
Switching hands. So I can control my computer. Alright, we'll probably go down the list one by one so that I can pull everything up on my computer. But as you start to set things down, at this point, Dodie and Arathar, from the side room, you have suddenly heard this chattering noise emanate from somewhere. And as you start to turn around the corner, you see, again, what I would like to stress, appears to be a living puppet. The body of a worm that just disappears behind the counter in front of you. And as you kind of start to walk out from behind this corner, it just kind of turns and looks at you. And you all start to notice as well as the words start to appear in your vision. Well, if you have another question, you can come on up.
Aretha is gonna start to walk up towards the counter with the two scrolls.
I would also like to point out that as you start to walk up, Saphael, who had been wandering around the opposite side in the other room, is now standing in the doorway just staring. Gore, you begin to get your items out and set them down on the counter as this worm puppet creature starts to settle itself kind of against the glass of the counter as Arathar and Dodie, you begin to approach. It kind of continues to, like, look at everything that you're putting down and looking up both at you two and watching as Arathar, you put down the scrolls as it kind of, like, looks over them and then turns back over to Gore. Which do you want to start with?
Watch out, concrete. Oh my! Hold on. Concrete. She jumped off and tried to hold on to the chair, and she held on with her top claws, but she was hanging. She couldn't reach the ground. Okay, let's just start from the top. Let's start with the glass cube.
Alright. I'm gonna need to pull up what that is.
Yeah, that way we can, so we can go ahead and get that one over with. Because that one was the one I couldn't remember earlier.
Yes. Was that one of the things that you pulled from the...
Yes, I got the cube, gold, and ruby. I think.
What do I? Oh, I have a puppet on my hand. Hold on.
And others.
Just boom, 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 boom. If only you could use in your computer and make it do what you want.
I know, right? You kind of set the cube forward first, and you kind of look away for a moment as suddenly this creature, person, puppet, worm disappears below the counter and reappears with one of those like jeweler's magnification things stuck onto its eye as it begins to like look over the cube. And it doesn't fully pick it up, but it does get like as close as possible to it to kind of start inspecting it before it pulls back and disappears behind the counter again, reappearing now without the spectacle on its eye, but instead with like a measuring tape in its mouth as it goes back towards the cube and starts to seemingly like stare down past what would be its nose onto like the ruler and the measuring tape and take account of the measurements, and then disappear back underneath the counter and reappear just normal this time, as normal as whatever this thing is can be. Do that. There we go. As it does so, you hear it start to chatter again, and each time it doesn't get any more normal as it starts to as you start to then read along after as if there's a delay. I don't know much about this item. I think perhaps it might be a force cube. We might want to come back to this one if you're willing to sell it. I don't think I've seen one of these before, but I think I've read about one.
What's it do?
Let me pull it up. Hold on. Come on, computer. Okay, here we go. Sorry, I have to read things. Okay. More chattering, here I go. As you would then again start to read, each face on the cube does a slightly different thing if it's what I'm thinking of. They each have a certain charge to it that expends a type of force, up to 15 feet on either side. Of course, assuming that this is what I'm thinking it is. Of course, I could probably get somebody in here to explain further. Of course, that would be my wife. My beautiful wife. I love my wife. You've never met my wife. But I could go get my wife.
It's gonna make things so much worse. Well, if your wife could tell me more, sure.
Okay. And you watch him disappear beneath the counter, and then you like stare back to see if he's gonna slither back, and he's just gone. Like, you didn't see the curtain move whatsoever, just suddenly looked behind the counter and he was no longer there.
What have I done?
Give me a moment.
Yep, what have I done?
Sorry.
Yep.
As you wait there for a moment, this time the curtain does move, and then suddenly appearing as if she's just almost floating towards you.
Yep, there, yep.
Get this going for her.
Oh my god.
She just emerges from the curtain, just approaching slowly. I heard I needed to take a look at a sort of cube of something.
Yeah, this glass cube.
Oh, okay, let me take a look. You're quite an interesting group of people. I quite like you. Let me take a look at this cube. And she gets closer to the cube again and starts to look it over. She fully, basically presses her eye against the cube at a certain point, just almost staring into it before she turns and fully goes over the cube and starts to look down at it from a different angle before turning over, seemingly almost going upside down at a certain point to just stare through the cube before leaning back up. Oh yes, I think I've seen one of these before. Yes, this is definitely a cube of force. Yes, each face does a different sort of charge. One is probably wind, and one is a complete barrier that nothing can go through, and one is just spell effect barrier that nothing can go through, and one creates walls or deactivates a barrier or something, a different sort of thing. Of course, other types of spells can go through it as well, different charges, like if somebody would cast a disintegrate ray at you.
That's a thing?
Hmm.
Oh.
But anyway, if somebody were to cast one at you, one of the charges would be lost, and so it would, disintegrate you less.
Yay?
Okay.
But anyway.
How much would you say this thing's worth?
Oh, that's a great question.
Wait. Hold on. Where is it? I'm looking at the wrong thing.
I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Alright. Well, if you were looking to sell this one, it would go for about... probably about 16,000.
Oh my god! But, I mean, are you looking to buy it for...
Honestly, I don't think I've ever had one in the shop before. Would you be willing to sell it?
Oh, yeah, of
She gets
course!
incredibly close to your face.
Yes!
Well, that's just wonderful. Alright, well, we'll set it off to the side and see what else we can start to get going. Oh, this is so exciting. You're so interesting.
You bought a cat.
Of course, rich!
She then turns very suddenly over to you, Dodie and Arathar.
Unless, of course, you're not going to try to buy it, will you?
No, I can't say I am.
Oh, this is just great.
Don't.
You all look like friends. I'm assuming you're friends.
Yeah, Arathar, are we friends?
Yes. I think so. I think that's what that is. Yes. We're not going to buy it. I did have a question about these scrolls. The second one here, I know this one is a scroll of sending. The second one, whatever the name it was, I can't remember it. Write it down.
Force
Not sure
cage?
what it does. Yeah, force cage. I assume it just cage, but that's one that I haven't heard of, so I wanted to ask what it entails. Everything else in there, I don't really have a use for.
Yes, well, a force cage does about what you would expect. It's an immobile, invisible, cube-shaped prison composed of magical force.
How much do these cost each?
Well, the force cage one would be about 5,000 gold.
Oh, well, just the sending. Just the sending.
Hold on, let me see. Where is it?
That's fine.
Scroll. Because it won't pop up.
Well, for the scroll of sending, it would be about seem like an interesting fellow. I'd say, how about, You're not from this plane.
Locked.
No, I'm not.
For you, 250.
50. Well, you can take that off of the 16,000 that you're going to be giving him.
Hey!
It's 16,000 gold. So, yes, thank you. And in case we're going to run into another emergency and we need to get in touch with a stranger, this is very important because I cannot learn this spell.
Wait, hold on. Hold on, Arathar. Do you have any sending stones?
Good question.
Do you actually?
You know, I feel like we actually might. I would have to go look. Actually, hold on. She turns back towards the counter and just starts screeching through the curtain. He'll start looking for one.
A question for you. Are you not from this plane? Are you from a different plane? Or are you from this one?
Oh, well, I like to think I'm from all over.
Oh my god!
I like to
It
think
is a
I'm a bit of a
pleasure to
world
meet you.
traveller as well. Maybe a little bit of a plainer traveller, but, you know, I haven't done that in quite a while. It's quite a bit of effort.
No, it takes a bit out of you. It does.
I took a vacation once, though.
What was your name? I'm so sorry. I don't normally ask people's names, but we'll probably come back and do business with you another time.
Oh, yes. Well, I feel like the best pronunciation of my name would be Wormelda.
Romelda.
Wormelda.
Wormelda. That makes more sense.
What's your husband's name?
Elderworm.
Ah, that makes sense.
Elder worm.
Do you have any children?
We actually do! We just had one. It's so far our only son.
Congratulations.
Well,
Is he
thank
younger
you.
worm?
Sorry?
Is he younger worm?
Yes,
Is he
so
younger
far.
worm?
So far, yes.
So far. Sure.
You know, names change, people grow. Civilizations fall.
What?
You know, the natural course of life.
Hopefully not this one.
You never know.
Reader.
Thank you for answering my questions. While he's looking around for that, I'm going to take another look around.
Yes, of course, take a look at anything.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
I have a question for Ka.
Yeah.
Given my distinct abilities, to be able to abjure the extraplanar, can I see if she falls into the category of, what is it, aberration, celestial, elemental, fae, or fiend?
Yeah, go for it. Is that a check of some sort, or is that just kind of like a focus thing?
No, usually it's like channel divinity to like make them go away, but I don't know how well my clocking skills are.
Ah.
If that makes sense.
I'd say if you want to take the next couple moments while she continues to talk to try to focus in and figure that out, I can come back to you with that.
Excellent.
Awesome. Arathar begins to start looking around and going to look through different things as she turns her focus back to Gore, who I'm assuming has set out the next object, yes?
Yes. I've got this ring here. What does this do?
Oh, let's take a look then, shall we? Let's take a look. Where is it? Oh, well, this seems to be... One moment. And she disappears beneath the counter again.
He's back.
As he as she shows back up. She's got that same kind of like jeweler's identification thing just strapped onto her eye end. You have no idea how it stays up as she starts to look over this ring again, getting down as close as she can to it, lying against the counter and staring at it from an angle, and just looking over it over and over and over again. Let me pull this up because I don't think I have it. Where is it? Where is it? I've got so many things pulled up. What is this? What is this? Where are you? Oh yes, okay, I see this very clearly now. She looks up again, extremely close to your face for no reason. This appears to be a ring of featherfall.
Okay. How much would this be worth?
Oh, this one probably close to... It's a little beat up, if I'm honest. I'm not quite sure where you pulled this from, unless you made it, in which case it's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. In which case I would probably buy it for around 900 gold.
Okay. Let's move on to the next one. And he's gonna slide over the tiger eye pendant.
Alright. Also, for the person who asked a question in the chat, this is their first time meeting this character. Back into this. You said the tiger's eye pendant. Yes?
Yes.
This was the red tiger's eye, yes?
Yeah, it was supposed to protect against scrying.
Okay. Wanted to make sure, because I was like,
What?
I think, yeah, you're right. Okay. Want to make sure I was thinking of the right tiger's eye pendant. She begins to take a look over it. And you kind of place it down on the counter closest to her so she can see, and she starts to stare over it, maneuvering around it again, like scooching along the glass as if she can see it from different angles as she does so. She disappears beneath the counter again, comes back up with what almost looks to be like a thin piece of like metal that she's just holding in her mouth as she just kind of like pokes around at it before disappearing beneath the counter again and showing back up and just kind of staring at it at a distance for a moment. Just another moment. And she disappears.
What have I just done by putting this up here? Oh god.
As she kind of now apparently brings her husband up as she kind of as they start to chatter to themselves. This time the words no longer appearing in front of your vision.
Oh god.
As they begin to talk amongst themselves and stare at this item. At one point he leans down and picks up the pendant to hold it in front of her so that she can just stare at it. So her head kind of starts to turn off to the side and then turn back. He kind of like flips it around at one point so that she can stare at the back. This is quite an interesting thing.
Uh-huh.
This one may require a little bit more insight. Ah! He disappears.
Oh god, who are they going to get now?
You
have a little bit more time and perhaps want to look at some of these other very beautiful items, perhaps we will come back to this one once he returns with the item that I require.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think he's got anything else. Yeah, that's it. You guys selling any very large rubies?
Like, do we have any?
Like, yeah, for sale.
Well, sometimes we sell, more pawned items. But most of the time we sell them to other jewelers or enchanters. Or there's the magic shop down the way that only sells components.
Okay, I might hit them up then.
How about either of you? And she turns over and looks at Dodie and Arathar. Anything you want to get appraised?
Go ahead, Daddy.
No, go ahead.
He just kind of motions towards somewhere, like he's not gonna. I mostly also was just interested in seeing what that particular pet, the tiger's eye, what that did. That was my only other question.
Oh, how much do you know about weapons?
It depends on the type of weapon. It's quite a bit if you were talking about different things.
I think there's some kind of enchantment on it, but I have no idea what.
Interesting.
She pulls forth the slightly green dagger that she got.
Yes. Let me pull that one up.
I forgot about that.
Oh yes, this one's quite simple actually. It's very easy to decipher. You see the little bit of shine that happens on this dagger. It's very beautiful. Very beautiful. Very beautiful. This is a dagger of venom, darling.
Ooh.
Does a little bit of extra kick, if you know what I mean.
Yep, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
I'm so sorry. I did have these two things here.
Yes, of course. Of course,
He
of
pulls
course.
out the, what did she say?
Of course, of course, of course.
Gotcha. The two pieces of the broken wand and the small wooden box with the engraving. Because wasn't that arcane in nature?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. He's gonna put those things out. I know that the wand is broken, but I have no use for it. I'm not a wizard. I thought maybe it would be in better hands with someone else, and this, I have no idea what this does.
Oh, well, let me take a look then. And she kind of leans down to look at the wand. She kind of, again, fully just presses her face against it and takes a look. You imagine that if she had nostrils, she would be sniffing if she could, but she's just very intently looking at it. Well, it seems that this wand at one point was a wand of fireball, but no such luck apparently. A little bit of bad luck, assuming that it's not yours as you've said. No skin off off your back, I guess. She looks down towards the box. Oh, well, this just isn't open. And she picks it up, like, by the top of it, and then just, like, throws it down onto the counter, and it opens up, and a deck of cards splays out across the counter. I believe you'll find the cards more interesting than the box.
Does he know what that is, like, first glance?
You take a glance down at it, and if you could make an Arcana check for me.
14.
14. I'd say with the folklore and everything, for a moment, your stomach drops deep somewhere in the pits of darkness, and you're like, oh god. And you take a look at it for just a moment more, and you realize, okay, it's not what I thought it was. It is not a deck of many things, but it is a deck of illusions.
Can you tell me the specifics of what this does?
Let me pull it
Does it
up.
work?
Here we go. Yes, of course. It's much more interesting than the box, I feel. Of course, the box is very beautiful. You see, this is, I believe it's called a deck of illusions. It's a different set of, full deck of cards, each making a different thing. So it's an illusion in the, understandable sense. And it appears as the appropriate size of whatever you're making an illusion of. So, the Ace of Hearts creates an illusion of a red dragon. King of Hearts, Knight and 4 guards. 2 hearts, just a goblin. But a bunch of different things. Each card brings up a different illusion. It's pretty straightforward.
How much would this sell for? If I were to give it to you.
Take a look. Let me take a look. Come on, computer. Is it? Where did I put it? Well, it really depends on the deck and if it's a full deck or not. I actually have a couple of these. Surprisingly.
I see. I don't really have a particular use for it, so if you're willing to take it, you can, but if not, I can hold on to it.
Well, I don't really have a particular interest in them. At this point, I'm quite bored of them. I've used quite a few of them in my time, you see. Lots of times. But you could probably sell it to a different person down the road. Depending on the type of cards that they have, and the amount of cards, and how many times it's been used, and the condition. It goes from anywhere from a couple thousand gold to 500. Give or take.
Okay, thank you. I will keep that in mind. And he takes up the cards and puts them back in the box and puts it back in his bag.
Mm-hmm. And anything else?
Just the waiting on the stone.
The necklace.
Oh, yeah.
Forgot that was down.
Yeah, and the sending stone that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm assuming you mean the other necklace?
Yeah, the one that he wanted from the underwater place.
Mm-hmm. She, again, does the same thing that she's done many times before. Disappearing, reappearing, looking at it, pressing her face against it, kind of staring at you for a little while before going back down to look at the necklace. Well, this seems to be enchanted at one point, but the connection has been broken. The enchantment seemed to be connected to some other source. But it's no longer there. At this point, sadly, it's just a necklace.
I gotcha. Thank you, though. He's gonna take that one back and put it on.
Let me go check to see how he's finding things. She disappears. Yes.
Is there an update on my question?
Yes. As she disappears and you've taken this moment to really study this person, you kind of pull forth your knowledge
attempting to glean any information that you can. And as you start to almost feel this aura begin to erupt over her, you start to hear music in your ears. And it's like as if she starts to glow in real life for a moment, and the light gets brighter and brighter and brighter as you continue to stare at her. And you just get this overwhelming feeling of knowing nothing at all, ever. And you know nothing in life, and everything is a mystery to you, and there is so much to see and to experience. And then you blink and it's all gone.
All right.
At this point, you turn around as well and can see Saphael, who had, started to get the cloak out of his bag that he had pulled from the ground and just immediately started to stuff it back away, just shaking his head. I'm not dealing with that. After a little while, you do hear, a ruckus happening, Erithar, really close to you. And you turn around, and suddenly he is just directly behind you, with a sending stone in his mouth.
God, thank you. Takes it.
Just disappears from your sight as quick as possible. You guys are standing there for another moment longer. Just kind of standing around, all kind of taking in everything that's happening. Saphael does walk up to the counter at this point, clearing the doorway that he was standing in, before eventually, again, slowly emerging. She just shows back up. And she's got what looks to be a much larger, eye scope in her hand as she sets it down onto the counter and then slams her face against it so it sticks to her eye and then immediately goes back to looking at the pendant. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Yes, well, I feel like there's a certain amount of layers here.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, it's got an enchantment on it, for sure. An enchantment that works. But the source of the magic is quite strange. From what I can tell, it's not cursed. But the source of the magic, where the enchantment came from.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the interesting part. It appears to do as it says it does. I'm assuming that you probably know at least a little bit about it.
Yeah, it just prevents from scrying.
Scrying.
Yes.
Scrying.
It does in fact seem to do that. I'm not entirely sure where this was made. I've never quite seen a pendant like this one with this enchantment. It does in fact do that. The source of... It's the source of the magic.
What's the source of the magic?
Well, see, that's where it comes into a little bit of question. I can tell that it came from a sorcerer, for sure, but whenever I try to take a look, delve a little deeper, I'm not met with something from this plane.
Do you think potentially, if we keep it on our person, it could be dangerous? Any chance at all?
No. It's not cursed. Well, it's not cursed. I think, perhaps, if I were to make a hypothesis, that it does in fact protect from scrying. For everyone except the creator of the necklace.
Okay.
Arthur looks at Gore. I don't like that we have it, but I think that for now, just a bit longer, we should hold on to it.
Just in the off chance, though, how much would you say it's worth?
To be honest, with the type of magic that it is and its source, I have complete no fucking idea.
It was worth a shot.
It
He's gonna
was
scoop.
made in the forges of the Ibelith. The signet on the back of it, but I don't know who individually would have made it.
Yes, that seems to be the crux of this. It would protect you against everybody, any Joe Schmo off the street, except for the individual maker of this item. Whoever that may be.
We'll hold down onto it still for now. When he looks at Gore, we won't wear it, but we'll still hold on to it. Thank you.
Of course.
How much for the standing stone?
Because I had the other thing pulled up. Beep, 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 beep. 2,000.
You can take that off of his 16,000 gold.
Yeah.
Because it is 16,000 gold.
You owe me big time, Arthur. Take it off the cube.
All right. Well,
How much? See how you...
anything else?
My business is done.
So you're not getting the sending scroll since you're getting the sending stone.
No. we'll just take
Exactly.
the stone.
All right. I'll be back. She disappears beneath the counter. You hear an insane amount of coin rustling. Just as if the entire beneath the store is suddenly rumbling with the sound of coins jangling together, before suddenly you hear what sounds like struggling as she pulls up a chest from beneath the counter and slams it down on top of the counter. You are so surprised that the glass does not shatter immediately as she... There you go.
You're gonna put that in your pocket.
Oh my god. Points at Arthur. You got the bag, right?
Sure. Yes. Oh,
Grabs
yes.
the
Yes. I do. It just...
I'm gonna have to ask you a favor and hold it open for me.
He holds it open. I thought you were referring to the trunk as the bag. Oh my god. My brain. I thought you get the bag right. He holds it open.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Of course.
It pours all the coins into the bag.
Dodie, you start to look away to watch as the coins suddenly disappear into the bag of holding and look back for a moment as she is suddenly directly next to your face. Also, just between me and you, girl to girl, if you ever need any bombs, let me know.
she like fully eyes half closed, goes right for the door, grabbing Sapphire by the hand as she does, and just walks out into the street.
Yep. Sapphire, who at that point was standing directly next to you, and as you start to drag him out, you see him, like, almost as if he's, like, clutching his pearls, but instead clutching Steve, the potion grub, like, as you drag him outside. As Erithar and Gore, you finish pouring all of the coins into the bag of holding, seeing Dodie walk out, turning back once more to no sign of Worm or any sort of puppet, and just continuing out back onto the streets. You now have a lot of money.
Oh my god.
And a couple new items. And I'm sorry that went over a little bit longer than I expected to, but there were a lot of items to go over. I think as you guys step back out into the streets, hoping to kind of wind down from whatever that experience was, and hopefully move on to finding Merrick's and putting more of this behind you, I think that is where we will stop for tonight. Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Gore now weighs 288 pounds of weight capacity in his inventory.
I just thought they were important to get to tonight.
God, yes.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Alright. Well, I feel like tonight was a pretty fun session for the party, so I feel like we're doing pretty good. And we'll pick up with the more serious stuff next time.
Yes.
So, I think I'm gonna take us off, so... Bye to the stream. Bye to...
Bye.
Bye.